It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, but they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared all.
Hey, everyone. We are live with day 3 of the MPL India Chess Tour, leg 3, and I have GM Srinath with me here. Shri, this promises to be probably the most important day of this tournament.
Absolutely, Sahil. We'll know if this tournament is going to stay alive or not going into the final day. Arvind Chidambaram. Incidentally, it's also his birthday, September 11. Arvind's birthday is turning 23 years old, and he has just left a trail of destruction in this tournament. 7 wins out of 7 after the draw in the first round. And we will see if anyone is able to stop Arvind this time. He starts with the white pieces against Sham, and then he has a string of very strong opponents to face, including the black pieces against Nihal and a black pieces against the person in the second place, Narayanan, in the 12th round. In between, he has the white pieces, but that will be against the Beast, Adhiban. So it's also going to be a pretty challenging day. But if he aces today, like he did yesterday, then the tournament is pretty much over.
Yep. And I think it's time to look at the standings where everybody is right now on number of points, because as she mentioned, Arvind is simply running away with it. He's on 22 points with not even a single loss in 2 days of this tournament. 7 wins, 1 draw. And, SL, Mithraba, Leon, Adhiban, Vidit, Ronak, Sham, all trying to catch up. And today will probably let us know, is there anybody who can catch up with the birthday boy?
Yep. We'll see if there's anybody who can catch up with him. What do you think, Sahil? Do you think someone is going to stop him today? Do you think he's going to just go berserk? What is your prediction?
Well, maybe he has some birthday party planned and he might be a bit distracted. It can happen sometimes. So I predict at least I predict some sort of comeback from the other players, and maybe it will not be entirely clear to us at the end of the day who is going to get first place, and that will also make the tournament spicy. So I'm all in for it. But of course, if Arvind can continue his performance, I think, well, at this point, nobody can stop him.
Yep, at this point, nobody seems to be able to stop him. Rohit Kumar in the chat. Oh, the games have begun. It's kicked off.
Oh,
and look
let's
at
go.
Arvind's first move. Look at Arvind's first move. Guess for Arvind's first move, chat. Before we go into the games, we have the pairings.
F4,
but before
F4. Oh, okay, I was close. It might still even happen. Who knows? Okay, D plays D4. Okay. Not so fancy.
How is it close, Sahil? How is it remotely close? Knight C3 and F4.
No, I mean,
it's not even the same piece.
No, I mean, it can happen, right? Knight C3, E4, F4, you can transpose into some Grand Prix, maybe. I don't know. On a good day, there were some chances, but it didn't happen.
Arvind, what a cheeky boy, man. I mean, seriously, look at the kind of first moves he's making in this tournament. 1 B4, 1 Knight C3, 1 B3. Only the Bonk Cloud remains.
Maybe we'll see that as well. We never know, yeah. If first place is in the bag, I think we pretty much see King E2 coming up, yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what if his coach will approve of Bonk Cloud, RB Ramesh. That might be a step too far. These openings, it's still quite respectable. Knight C3, you transpose into 1 D4. 1 B4, you play for the center, you develop the bishop to B2. 1 B3, the inferior cousin of 1 B4. All of these moves still acceptable. Bonk Cloud just loses the castling.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, the Veresov opening is very, very interesting here. And now he plays knight to F3. White would love to play E4 on a good day here. Sometimes even Queen D3 is played to kind of push it through. And Black is simply played knight to D7, avoiding any sort of damage to his structure. Yeah, so not giving any sort of imbalance to Arvind for now. And we see that typical Arvind expression very, very. I would say he doesn't show what he's feeling, at least. And he has this darkness around him. He's not kept proper lighting, so it's like he probably wants to look like a mystery. I don't know, but his moves definitely have been a mystery to me.
Yes, his moves definitely have been a mystery, but it has also flown very smoothly so far, Sahil. And talking about this discussion of whether someone will be able to stop Arvind, I think he's a massive favorite in this game with the white pieces against Sham Sundar. But the two people who are closest, likeliest to be able to stop Arvind, Nihal Sareen, who will have white pieces against Arvind. His tournament got wrecked, destroyed. no chances of him fighting for the first place, but he can still finish in the top 8. And he's up against the most likeliest rival for Arvind in this tournament, SL Narayanan. SL has the white pieces, Nihal has the black pieces, and look at SL's clock there.
Yeah. And 18, yeah, we were wondering at 17 minutes yesterday. Now it's 18. So maybe there's a side competition going on, side pool, yeah, who will probably get the most amount of time on his clock in a game. And SL definitely having a very strong claim on that now. And of course, Nihal has to win as well, right? So Nihal ranked 9th right now in the standings. If he wants any chance in this tournament to come first, I think there's no time left. He has to strike. So both players, playing for a lot right now. And this is an all-important clash here, SL against Nihal.
Absolutely. And Nihal looking like he's just fresh out of shower. Is his hair still wet?
Yeah, it seems to be. So he's probably
his eyes a bit red, or is it just
well, I don't know. Like I heard that Carlsen was playing against Vidit throughout the night. I don't know, Shri, if you saw this.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, so Carlsen and VD had played a lot of games. I think Carlsen defeated VD as I might be wrong on this, but something like 12-3 or something like this. And
they played all through the night, and they played only 15 games. What were they playing?
Not
5
all through the night.
0?
Not all through the night. They were playing, I think, bullet chess.
All through Vidit's night.
Yeah. So Carlsen definitely proved to be a tough competitor. So maybe Nihal was also playing against somebody else, which I don't know as of now. And he woke up late.
Sahil, Nihal doesn't need a reason to stay awake. He would need a reason to sleep early.
Yeah, true. He was saying Blitz 3+0. Okay. Maybe I'm mistaken. Not Bullet, Blitz. Then yeah, that makes sense. 12 games is a lot here. And
I think it's still quite less. Yeah, it's about 90 minutes max.
Yeah, probably 15. Carlsen had some other jobs to do, and probably VD also had to wake up early. So that
VD would want to get his night sleep. I can imagine that. Vidit is quite disciplined that way.
Yeah. So having mentioned it, I think for now this position looks rather, I would say, close to a draw than to any side winning. Although White has control of the D file for now, but White also has slightly broken structure. So I would say probably still close to a draw. Having said that, King F8 was played, I think doesn't change much, right?
Yeah, but to be honest, I think it's quite unpleasant for Black. It's going to be a bit challenging for him to completely equalize, I think. What he's doing with King F8 is he wants to meet any potential Rook D7 with Rook E7. Rook D7 point is the main entry point for White in this position. He has a D file open, 2 rooks piled on the D file. So he will try to get his rook to d7, likely. And in that case, Nihal wants to be ready to meet it with rook e7. And his question is, where are you going to enter? From White's perspective, it's not going to be such a direct attack. He's going to keep it a suspense. When he's going to attack, how he's going to attack. He has this bishop on d5 well settled. He can support it with e4 if required. He has more space, and the ball is in his court. He can, try and expand with e4, f4, f5. Prepare it with some king e3. He can do these things slowly. So it's a pretty unpleasant position for Black because you're just defending. You have absolutely no chances to get any type of counter-attacking possibilities. And therefore, I think it's just unpleasant for Black here.
And if you take on d5, then you can probably take with the pawn, play e4, and then double up on the c file heavily. And like that could be one possibility. And then suddenly it's a weakness to attack. Although I think they have enough time to calculate this. That's one good thing for both players. So maybe you can go to rank 3, that is Mithraba Guha. And who is Mithraba playing today?
Mithraba is playing Vidit Sahil in another exciting encounter.
Another important game, yeah. So it's almost like, the more number of draws you have or any game that you lose now, basically reduces your chances of basically coming in first place by a huge margin, yeah, at this point.
Absolutely. You have to win. You have to get on a winning streak. You have to get that arena Berserk mode going on. And your points don't even multiply here if you keep winning, but that's your only chance. You have to just pile on the wins, like how Arvind did. He won 7 games in a row. And someone has to do it in the second half of the tournament. We have exactly 7 rounds remaining. The Mithraba Vidit game will be a very interesting clash. I think Vidit will be an intimidating opponent for Mithraba. And out of the opening, Vidit has absolutely no problems. He has a very nice position, symmetrical, equal. And Mithraba's play has been a bit unambitious with the white pieces as far as his opening preparation has been concerned. He's been happy to get some of these equal positions and then just try and grind his opponent like he did against Surya. And in this case, I think he will also be counting on Vidit to take some risk because of Vidit's tournament situation.
Yep. And as of now, I think Vidit seems to be comfortable. So we can go to rank 4, that is Leon, and see how he's doing. And Leon is playing, Leon against Ronak. I think, as far as I can see, almost in all the games, the person who ends up losing, his chances of basically getting first place go way down. So another important match between the youngsters. I think, by the way, these youngsters are, used to practicing with each other, sometimes even playing team events now with the Olympiad happening. Like, how do they handle playing each other now? Because it's like, do they have this rivalry? I want to win this game at all cost. Or do you feel, or do they kind of take it a bit lightly is the wrong word here, I think. I can't find the correct word for it. But do you think this rivalry basically makes them even more motivated to defeat their friends? Or it's like they take it a bit slow?
No, I think there's certainly some kind of motivation to be their friends. Not just their friends, but I think any player has a bit of extra motivation against certain people. And in the case of Ronak, I think he will want to establish that dominance against Leon, who is a bit younger. Whenever there's a younger player coming up, promising, you want to try and put that image in their mind that you want to get those early wins. You want to create that psychological dominance image, so it becomes difficult for them to handle even when they get older in the future. And I think Ronak will be eager to mark his territory in that aspect. Leon, on the other hand, I'm not sure if he will have that kind of a special motivation because he's playing against older and high-rated people in almost most of the rounds.
And this game is looking like an interesting one. Both sides not castled yet, keeping things flexible. So with this, maybe we can go to the next game, ranked 5th. That's Adhiban with 13 points. And AD is playing Vaishali right now with a very, very interesting bishop on e6. Although I think it might not stay there for long after the move rook h6.
Yes, and also the time difference. Vaishali, in her prep, she has clearly out-prepared AD here, and she has gotten into an endgame which is pretty comfortable for her. So she should at least be holding, if not more, in this game. And it's also a very clear plan for Black. The rooks come to the D file, the bishop goes to h6, and White will have, I think, nothing better but to trade rooks down on the D file and go into an opposite color bishop endgame. It's going to be hard for White to create chances from this position, I think. It's possible, like you can try to create some opening through the H file, but in that case, he also has to pay attention to defending against threats on the D file.
True.
The rooks are coming pretty quickly.
Yep. Bishop comes to f5, and one of the rooks maybe to the D file now, as she mentioned. And I think Vaishali seems to be absolutely fine here. So which game shall we go to now, Shri? Because I think there's so many interesting games. I am not even sure which one. Like all games look interesting at this moment, right? Even, for example, the Arvind game, maybe we can start with again. So we look at the position. He has played the move queen to d3, and Black has played b5, and White has played a3 to prevent the move b4. And he is, in my opinion, preparing e4 at this point, I think.
Yeah, he's preparing e4, and he stopped Black's counterplay attempts to stop e4 with a3. You have to, I can't help but bring my attention to Arvind's opening gameplay, Sahil. You see how he has taken his opponent off their preparation in almost every single game. Look at the amount of time Sham has spent. It's only 7 moves. and he's already spent 7 minutes. And
Hmm.
Arvind has achieved this by he has just taken him off the beaten path. Knight c3, starting with knight c3 and then d4. And in these openings, bishop f4 has been really trending in recent times, but he went bishop to g5. And then he's just been playing some simple logical chess. He's mainly, I think, trying to just get his opponents off their preparation, and then he's very confident of his ability to outplay them. And so far, this has worked like a charm.
Yes, Prachi saying we really hope VD gets his visa approved. Well, yeah, we hope so too. Let's see how it works. And for now, I think he has more urgent problems. And maybe we can go to his game now and see. Oh, by the way, E4 played, yeah? E4 played by Arvind.
Yep, E4 played, and it's a nice position for white because now these C6 and B5 pawns are they're not where they want to be.
I
They
remember
don't belong there.
there was this trap here at some point, like G5, Bishop G3. I remember I forgot. I almost fell into one at this point. And doesn't work here, I think. But there was this trap, and F5 and F4 comes up suddenly. I think the bishop wasn't seated in that variation.
Right.
But it doesn't work here.
Right. It doesn't work here, but knight f6 played by Sham. But I think strategically a very nice position for Arvind, no?
But you just take on f6 here, right? You can't take with the e pawn, and then if you take gf6, then suddenly your structure on both sides is not quite impressive.
Yeah, and you can't take bishop into b5 because of queen a5 check. The piece gets lost. But some normal developing move like bishop d3 works.
Yeah, will be interesting. Yeah, so Arvind looking like he has a decent position, and other players, I'm sure, want Arvind to probably not have the best of games on his birthday, but let's see how it goes. By the way, Vidit apparently has a decent position against Mithraba. The bishop on d3, rather an uncomfortable piece, I would say, and the queen on a4 as well. You can imagine it get feeling very uncomfortable after a move like bishop f8 at some point.
Yeah, it's the nature of this variation, Sahil. I think it's one of those lines which is completely equal. In modern times, Stockfish equalizes a lot of openings with black, but if you see the percentage, white will have a slightly better statistical percentage in most of the lines. But this symmetrical line of Grunfeld, this variation in particular, this is very nice for black. This is I think one of those lines which is completely equal, and in terms of percentage, it's approximately 50% for white and black. And also, it's very easy to get worse. And as you point, bishop f8 not yet played, but yeah, it's very easy to get worse with white in these types of positions. One small inaccuracy and black is already better.
Chad, this is very, very interesting. I'm not sure who will be the person who will catch up with Arvind, but I think everybody is trying their best. It's visible. Yeah, Mithraba also, by the way, he's in fact ranked higher than VD right now, so he also has his own chances. If he wins, he goes to 18 points, and yeah, he also wants to win this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Mithraba wants to perform to the best of his ability, and he's been a pretty strong speed chess player. He's been pretty consistent, especially post lockdown. He finished in the top 8 in the previous leg, which was how he earned a spot in the third leg of the MPL Indian Chess Tour. And he has some pretty strong tournaments coming up as well. He also qualified for the Global Chess Championship, the knockouts through the qualification events. He's playing against Jan-Christoph Duda. So he has marked his presence right up there in the online chess world.
True. Vidya, however, has played the move a5, and that again tries to maybe on a good day even push b5, which I fit, and so on. So how do you get the queen out? I think it's high time. Yeah, maybe decide what to do with the queen. You don't want to keep it there forever, and then suddenly you might run out of squares after bishop f8.
Yep, White has to try and save the queen. He can't wait for the god to save the queen. And two methods, I think.
Yeah, I think God. I mean, unless you're the birthday boy, I think you do it yourself. Yeah, maybe God will help the birthday boy, but not anybody else today.
Yeah, fair. Mainly, I think through this a3 b2 path, but he can slip in knight f4 before doing that. Knight f4, queen a3, queen b2, or so two ways. One is you attack this light square bishop because there is a one controlling the b5 square, which you would dearly love to. So bishop a6, then he can come bishop f1, trade these light square bishops. I think this is how Mithraba will play. You know, bishop a6 will, with it goes for b5.
b5.
He stops.
So that's so he'll probably
He
put
will
the
get
bishop on
b4
f5
in.
now.
This is important. Important space gaining
Yeah, bishop a6 now.
exercise. Because otherwise this queen would have sat very uncomfortably on b5, and that would have really hindered black's piece mobility. So getting this was pretty important, and now the bishop slips back to a6.
Yeah, the bishop came to d3, allowed the pawns to be pushed with tempo, by the way, and then hops back to a6. Good job done.
Yep, like a leader.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we are in the, I think, the end stages of the SL Narayanan Nihal Sareen game. Not the end stages, but this is actually a pretty interesting position, Sahil. All equal pawns, equal material, but a lot of these pawn end games can get really tricky. So it's not yet draw, it's not yet 0.00. What do you think of this position?
Yeah, as white, I'm not taking on e7. I'm just very wary of king pawn end games, especially if it's rapid chess in general, because one, as you mentioned, one slight move, like one tempo can mean the difference between win and a loss. Like that's very rare in chess, right? Like in any sort of end game, you have like multiple choices usually, and in king pawn end games, it's just very, very difficult. And black is insistent. Yeah, he's like, I want the king pawn end game, so either the rook has to come back, maybe to a square like d3, and then maybe move it to b3, a3, and so on, and keep creating weaknesses. But then, or he has to trade off. And for now, they're just repeating moves.
Yeah, do you think it's going to be a draw? Wow, it's a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw. Yeah, it's a draw.
There was a quick draw between two of the top players from Kerala number 1 and number 2.
And I think Arvind probably is happy with the result as well. I think because that keeps both players a bit behind, because as we know, a win gets you 3 points and a draw gets you only 1. So SL goes to 18 points now. So he will maintain his at least tight second spot. But I think Arvind's game becomes really important. Maybe we can have a look at what he's doing.
He just dropped his queen back to e3. And I remember, I think he played some kind of a similar opening against me in our earlier one of the earlier rapid online games in 2020. And I had a really successful outing at that time. I managed to win against Hari Krishna with black in the first game, but then I ran into Arvind and he just destroyed me. So Arvind was just in such hot form at that time. In the end, it actually came down to Arvind against Hans Niemann in the last.
Okay.
They were 8-7 up. And Hans had to win to make it 8-8. He was in my team. But Arvind managed to win that, and it was 9-7 for Arvind's team.
Yeah. Since then, Hans Niemann has, of course, done wonders, and we'll see how he finishes off in many tournaments. But for now, Arvind as well, doing really, really well. And from Arvind's perspective, do you think he is already thinking about the result, like at this point? Because he has such a huge lead, like a 5-point lead he had before this round. And if he wins, he just extends it even more. And that's only SL, by the way. The Mithraba is third, and he's literally 7 points behind. So do you think Arvind is already a bit comfortable that the tournament is in the bag, or he's like still not even looking at the result?
I'm not even sure if he's looking at the result. I think he's just taking it game by game, knowing what I know about Arvind. I could be wrong, of course. It's pure speculative guesswork, but I think he's just taking it game by game for the moment, and he's not too bothered about the bigger picture. Arvind is very different from the average person in these sort of things, Sahil. He he doesn't get enamored by the kind of things people do in general, and I think his motivation comes from a very pure intrinsic perspective. He just wants to play good chess. He wants to enjoy himself, and I think maybe that's the secret of his success.
Nihal is not. I think Nihal is definitely trying his best. I think it's sometimes difficult. I think the field is so strong, you just can't force a win. Yeah, you just can't decide with the black pieces. I'm going to defeat my opponent this game if your opponent makes no mistakes. And SL, of course, ranked second right now, so he's not making many mistakes anyway. So a draw was a decent result there. At least keeps both players in the picture. For first
SL
place,
Nihal did try a pretty ambitious opening against the Catalan, but SL chose a very solid approach against him. What Nihal played was not your standard main lines, which would has a higher propensity for a draw. Instead, he went for the setup with knight c6, bishop d6, but the way SL played, he gave Nihal no chance at all. And also, I guess a lot of Nihal's motivation was to simply get into the Champions Chess Tour, and that's almost mathematically impossible right now. So I can't imagine him being high on motivation either.
And even from SL's point of view, I think it kind of makes sense to not go berserk, because I mean, you keep your top 8 spot in hand always. Yeah, you don't want to risk too much and keep drawing, and whenever you get a chance, you win the game. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And I think if you are, there are limitations. One can't just I don't know.
Force your way
There are
through, yeah?
limitations within the chessboard.
Yeah.
What you can do within the chessboard.
Yeah. Top 8 can get direct qualification to the next leg. That is one more benefit there. By the way, maybe we can have a look at the game of Divya against Karthikeyan. Karthikeyan definitely did not have a great start, but he came back yesterday with a few wins, 3 out of 4. And today he's playing Divya in the first round. And the pawn on d3 is very, very uncomfortable. For now, it's maybe on a good day it can be chopped off.
Pawn too.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, you just can't somehow gather enough pieces easily to attack it. And also this a6 b5 is incoming, yeah, on a good day.
Yeah, you don't even need a6, I think. But b5 there's queen e6. Right.
Bishop g4 played. And now I guess rook d2 has to be played, and you kind of stop the pawn for now, but it's like
bishop g4 has been played.
I thought so, or maybe my bad. I think that's the move I wanted to play. Okay, rook b8 played. Yeah, rook b8 played. Yes.
Yep, rook b8 played, and but it's not an easy position for Divya. She's just a pawn down. You could try some bishop f4, knight d6. I think the problem is there are these situations where black can just take bishop into c4, because bishop into c6 will be met by rook into e1 check. And after rook into e1, maybe just queen c8. No, I'm losing with black here. Queen c8, there is rook e8 check.
Rook e8. And the rook on b8 is also attacked, so it is... But I guess what do you play as white? Like bishop f4, b5, queen a6? Interesting.
Divya going for a change in outfit today. Yeah, she's wearing specs.
Yeah. I think sometimes you can be at the stage where you can see everything clearly without the specs, but so you avoid it. But sometimes you just wear it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she definitely needs to see the board better today than she did yesterday. So it makes sense from that perspective. Yeah, I think bishop f4 is definitely the move you would consider as white first up. But there's just such a massive advantage for black according to the evaluation bar. So I think there has to be some. Oh yeah, maybe b5, queen a6, and you take with the pawn, not with the bishop. And after bishop at c6, you go queen c8. Same. But this is a sacrifice of exchange. But I think this is acceptable.
Yeah, very strong pawns, and the rook on the open file as well for now. And this looks interesting. Maybe we can quickly go to Arvind's game because he seems to have castle queenside, and I'm still not sure where the
Allowing
black
bishop
king is.
h6.
Yes, so I'm not really sure. I think he means to play bishop f4 after bishop h6, but where is the black king gonna go? I'm not so sure about this.
Yeah, I had the same problem in my game against Arvind. My king was just too weak and had no good squares for my king, and he ended up outplaying me. I think massive problems for black, and that is why Sham is taking a lot of time. It's not so easy to find moves. Meanwhile, I think we are headed towards a draw in the Adhiban Vaishali game. Yeah.
Oh, so
Likely
I
headed towards a
had a
draw.
bet with a friend, who will win this game, and he said Vaishali would win. I said I would win. Adhiban would win, but then it turns out to be a draw. Yeah, so nobody wins.
Yeah, nobody wins. But I did say that it's unlikely. It's unlikely that that will happen. So I think I win. Yeah, I think this is headed towards a draw at any point now. But I don't know why they're still playing. Is Vaishali still trying because she's a pawn up? But that's really symbolic.
Yeah, it's just a double pawn. Yeah, not
Yeah.
not of much use.
So Sahil, back in the days when this Sophia rules came into existence for the first time and agreed draws were not allowed, this was like the code between the chess players to make a draw in the opposite color bishop. You just repeat 3 times. You look at each other, and in your opponent's eyes, if you see the willingness to make it exactly.
Was there a long wink as well, like this, or something like this?
No, you could just sense it even without that. So that's the second draw of the day. People making some draws here, but Arvind is not going to be settling for a draw.
Wow.
Sham came in with his queen to a2, but Arvind just ignores that lone queen and just goes c4. He's just going after black's king.
Why Garry Kasparov is not playing in this tournament? Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised. Yeah, why is he not playing in the MPL Indian Chess Tour? That's very surprising to me as well.
I know, right?
Among Indian juniors. Yeah, we'll have to ask him, yeah, someday.
Yep.
By the way, if Arvind wins, he goes to 25 points. That will be a
Can I
7.
take knight into f7 here?
Oh, wow. Yup. And if you take then bishop g6 check. Oof, this is... If this is working, then it's I think the king is not king is not getting to safety, I think.
Yeah, and if you take the pawn, which you probably need to, then there's knight d6 check for starters. You can take on h8. You can play bishop to g6. I think knight into f7 should be crushing.
Yeah, so Arvind Chidambaram not stopping for anybody, or even on his birthday, he continues his merry way. And the thing is, even knight, I'm sure even just a normal move here should be absolutely fine for him. The position just looks better. And he's also 3 minutes on the clock, so no shape or form like somehow he feels in the threat here.
Yeah, you can also just play bishop to g6, if you don't want to allow these things. Trade the queens, but you take with a check. Oh, no, this is with a check. This is
with a check. Yeah. When I missed.
I'm just missing a lot of checks in this commentary of the Indian Chess Tour. Thank God Thank God I'm making moves on the computer, If it was on the board, then it could lead to a VD moment.
But I guess, depends on whom you're playing. If you're playing against Arvind in this, the form he is, I think not many would survive anyways. And he's still calculating.
Yeah, he's calculating the finish right now. He's just calculating the finish. And good chances he's probably thinking what he wants to do against b into c4. Because he's seen knight into f7, I'm pretty sure. So I think he just wants to... And Sham is just drinking some water, yeah? He's just preparing for the burn. The fire.
Either will play out of his skin today, or he'll be tired with a marathon blitz last night. To be honest, playing Magnus can never really tire you. Yeah, it gives you extra energy to play the world champion. I'm pretty sure. When Firouzja played, I think against Carlsen, that marathon match, I don't think that affected his energy levels too much. Maybe a little bit, And especially because it was like 13, 15 games or so, it was not too much. I think this is just a normal day for any chess player.
By the way, Sahil, he has gone for it. He has taken knight into f7. And by this time, it doesn't even feel exciting because Arvind winning a game like this, it just feels like business as usual.
Yeah. And wow, queen has gone to e6 now. Pinning the c4 pawn. You can't take the bishop on d3. And yeah, knight d6 is incoming. Bishop g6 is incoming. Bishop c4 is incoming. Oof, this is just...
What a destruction. And I feel so relieved that I'm not playing in this tournament because I'm not facing Arvind. What an unstoppable force, man.
Yeah.
It's like a hurricane.
And now the question is, I mean, the time, 11 seconds. Bishop to c8. Wow. But knight d6, maybe.
You can just take this, queen into c6 check.
Also possible.
Because king into f7, there's bishop into c4 check.
Wow.
And probably bishop to d7. Sham is, I think, trying to keep the game going this way, but some knight d6 check, bishop g6, rook e1 check.
I mean, it's like, this is like so rare. Like, I've never seen something like this. This is a crazy attack.
Yeah, it came out of 1 knight c3. It came out of 1 knight c3.
Plays knight d6 check, takes on c8.
What?
Interesting.
What is going on?
And apparently here, black has a crazy move, which I don't know if he'll play. Does it work really?
What is it? I also don't see it.
I don't know. Apparently bishop h6 was the move there.
Yeah, bishop h6, king b1, and then?
No clue. That's the silicon monster talking, yeah? Not my brain. So
is it
hard
knight
to say.
d5 here?
If it works, that's insane.
It is knight d5.
Wow.
Defending e7 and threatening knight c3. Wow, he missed this. That would have been such a game changer. If only Sham had seen the evaluation bar, he would have found this.
Yeah, only. I think there was this tournament by Ludwig, I think, where he had this evaluation bar on. Like, the players could see the evaluation bar during the game. Did you see this? So it was very interesting. Yeah, they had a tournament. They could see the evaluation bar during the game and decide what to do.
That would be so interesting. Such an interesting experiment.
Yeah.
But in Sham's mind, the evaluation bar is just like the evaluation bar we see right now. Yeah, it looks completely lost. And therefore, even when there was an opportunity, he wasn't looking for it. And many times you can't find what you're not looking for.
By the way, can we have a look at VD's game and Mithraba's game? Is there something happening there?
We will just tune into it right. But I think this one is just going to end.
This might finish.
Yeah, I think this is just about to... Bishop e6 is incoming, and I expect a resignation in the next.
If Sham could have played that crazy move, the thing is, you just don't expect such a defense to even exist. Like, when you're getting crushed like this, you just feel it's just losing in every single way. So even if you had like 30 minutes on the clock and some hope you might find it, you won't find it in rapid chess. And with that, Arvind wins yet again. This dude is simply not stopping. I mean, this is insane. Like, this is completely insane.
I know. 25 points out of 27 games. I think that's to give you perspective. The winner of the first leg of the Indian Chess Tour, Arjun Erigaisi, scored 30 points out of a maximum of 45. The second leg, Arvind won this, but he scored 32 points out of 45 and won on tiebreak. And now he has 25 points with 6 games to go.
It reminds me of the due cutoff. Yeah, it's like 99% is not good enough somehow.
Yeah, it's like Arvind doesn't even bother to win this tournament. His aim is to just be better than what he did in the previous one.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we have a result in one of the games. Divya has lost against Karthikeyan Murli. So Karthikeyan notching up one more win there. And Divya's tournament continues to be a nightmare for her. Vidit has a very nice question. Yeah, only he can play for win here because of the pawn structure of white.
But do you think he has serious chances though?
It's not a lot of chances because white has only one weakness to defend against. There's only one entry point. But practically, I think there are significant chances. You can create something like something with a g5 break. You can try and create more weaknesses. You have some tools to play with. As long as white is not able to create counterplay and start attacking the black pawns, I think it's only white who has all the trumps in the position.
And somehow, if there's any race, white takes on a5, you take on e3, something like this. Like the d pawn is further advanced with the a2 and b3 pawns, so that might also come to black's rescue. For now, he's just playing it very solid. h6 played.
Yeah, it's almost like asking white what are you going to do, because white doesn't have any active counterplay, and with it, meanwhile, he's trying to prepare some breaks on his own, something like the g5 break, to try and create more openings in the future. One opening we already have is the c file, but again, it's easy to defend since it's only one weakness to play against, and therefore black is compelled to create more avenues to play against.
Yeah, it's like black cannot get to the c file in one move, right? So that means whenever you move your queen back, I'll move the queen to c file first as white, and suddenly there's no, and you don't even have a check on the g file as of now. So maybe queen h5, queen f5 could be some sort of maneuver. Oh, he plays g5 directly. Okay. I guess takes with the
Pawn.
Yeah.
Or does he want to force some king f2? It wouldn't make sense to me queen into g5. But of course, Vidit understands chess better than me. But still, playing g5 and then taking so much time for f into g5, I think Vidit, I think he had to be prepared with the response when he played g5.
We played Carlsen yesterday. Yes, he did. He played a few games. And last time Carlsen played against Firouzja, it felt like he was trying to motivate Firouzja. I don't know if there was any intention of Carlsen yesterday or just random. That will be interesting to see. I have not looked at the games yet.
Yeah, but we don't want the results of that being emulated here. Yeah. It was a disaster for Firouzja.
Yeah.
The motivation clearly didn't work. It had the opposite effect.
It's surprising though how like Carlsen's like ends up defeating everybody like every single time. Like you defeat Carlsen and suddenly you're trending on Twitter. Yeah, I mean that's how rare it is. He's dominated chess for so many years at this point that he just never loses.
Yeah, in any format. It's like how Roger Federer used to dominate tennis for a few years. And in chess, we don't even have the French Open. So it's like...
On which account? I think you'll have to check that for yourself. Which account, I think. But you'll find the games. By the way, queen h7. So keeping an eye on that important diagonal. So now white cannot play queen c2, for example. So maybe he's just trying to play around. But the thing is, white has all his weaknesses defended. I just don't see how you can push as black here.
Yeah.
Harshit has defeated Abhimanyu Puranik. So Abhimanyu not having the best of tournaments this time.
I think it's the first time Abhimanyu has had a bad tournament in the Indian Chess Tour. True. And he's played all three.
Ronak is better against Leon. So we are going to have a very few important results in this round.
This is how black exerts pressure, Sahil. You see, he puts the queen on d3 and he's asking white, what are you going to make? And white has to defend
let's say I just play king g1, king g2. So what's your plan as black? Oh, you literally played king g1. So what will be your next?
I made that move.
Okay. My bad. So what do you play as black? The next 5 moves, let's say. Oh, he plays h4.
So if you just sit, I'm going to play f5 and f4. and weaken this d4 and f3 pawn.
True, true. And he although
That is
plays the
why he
move
plays
h4,
h4.
but interesting.
I guess the point is g into h4, you play king h3
King
and you
h3.
trade one more pawn. And in chess, the more you trade, the closer it gets towards a draw. So g into h4, king h3, and it's a very strong defensive move by Mithraba. He's the one playing for a draw in this game. Vidit is the one pressing, but Vidit doesn't have enough to get something out of this here. Meanwhile, I think Ronak is about to win against
Yeah, let's go to
Leon.
his game
This is
quickly.
the last. I think this is the last.
Yeah. Look at the two bishops in the center, yeah, looking so controlling everything literally, dominating the entire board. White also has the bishop pair, but they are not so well coordinated as of now. And the rook on a1 is attacked, and if the rook moves, the bishop on b1 is hanging. So that means this should be curtains.
Yeah, and until now, Leon has been the only player apart from Arvind who has been undefeated in the third leg.
Interesting.
And I think Arvind will be the only undefeated player at the end of this round.
Although it will be interesting to see if he actually remains undefeated at the end of the tournament. That will we are yet to know about that, but that will be very, very interesting to see if anybody can actually catch up.
I think given his style of play, it's very unlikely because he's been taking some risks here and there. And things have paid off for him. Like, for example, the game against Arvind, but the game against Vidit. But I think that's not likely to happen all the time.
Yep, and Ronak also has a lot of time on the clock here. Just central pawns, he can just push the pawn slowly. He takes on g2 first, and yeah, now he can. Yeah, it's just elementary win now.
Yeah, Leon keeps fighting though. Yeah, he's not ready to give up anytime soon. He's not ready to give up anytime soon, and the other game which is going on right now is the game between Surya against Arjun Kalyan, which is also clearly winning for Surya.
Yeah.
Surya has also not had the best of tournaments so far. He's also been clearly struggling here, and he has just 8 points out of 24. But this win will boost him. Arjun Kalyan has had, I think, a nightmare of a tournament. No wins so far, 4 draws and 4 losses, and this could very well be his 5th loss. Which do you think will be the first game to end, Sahil? That's the Vidit game here, where
Vidit game will probably should
get repeated.
Go, although yeah, they have
Looks like it's going to get repeated.
Yeah, it might be the first one actually to end.
Yeah, I think we are set for a draw in this game. Look, Arvind has won and everyone else drew. Those who are pursuing him.
Yeah.
That's
and
another
that means,
2 point.
Yeah, he extends his lead even further.
Yeah, there we have the repetition in the Vidit's game. So
only Surya's
Mithraba draws against Vidit. Leon lost against Ronak. This was the finish. Rook b2 check and rook into f2 incoming because of bishop d4 check. And so we have only one live game remaining between Surya against Arjun Kalyan.
It's interesting. I'm very curious what's Arvind's like rapid rating in general, like FIDE rating. I'm going to check it very quickly because I think he seems to be quite underrated. Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to be quite underrated, especially in recent times. He was having a bit of a hot streak in 2020 as well. But for Arvind, the problem has been the huge disparity in his play. You know, there are some of these amazing tournaments, and then there are these tournaments where he plays at absolutely the other end. I remember there was this a few tournaments he played just before the Olympiad qualification ratings, and he had some of. I remember he had his play was on a completely different level. And he had a draw against someone below 2000. He was struggling to get those wins going. He lost quite a lot of rating. Even if he had not played any game, he would have probably got into the Olympiad team. But because he played and lost some rating, he narrowly lost his slot to qualify.
What do you think about rapid rating? Does rapid rating translate to classical rating? Are there strong players who are good in rapid but not in classical? I think it can vary a little bit. I think Sri can elaborate further, but I think FIDE is clamping down on this, right? So they have kind of put out new rules, as far as I'm aware. Now, if your rapid and like blitz ratings are 100 points lower than your classical, then it will be updated to classical minus 100, right? Sri, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, from October onwards. In fact, Sahil had written to them to do this in 2020, March. I told them this is a problem and this is a solution that they can implement. This was my suggestion. But it took 2.5 years to implement.
It worked at least, yeah. And that's a good solution though, because we see, youngsters having a rating of like 1700 sometimes in rapid, and their classical is like 2600, which makes no sense at all. And this way, the rapid ratings can actually truly reflect how strong the player is.
Yeah, imagine if Arvind was a 1900 in rapid, which could very well be the case. That was the thing that was happening. Prag was 1900, Gukesh was 1900. And we have win for Surya, by the way. Surya has won this game and moves to 11 points. Arjun Kalyan, really hope he gets some wins going towards the end.
I think it's time to look at the standings because Arvind is just, as of now, he's just running away. He's 7 points ahead of anybody else. And then it's like, if you look at, for example, players like Mithraba, who are 16, Vidit 14, Adhiban 14, like they're literally 11 points away. That's literally almost 4 wins. So you can see how mathematics is clearly on Arvind's side. And his biggest challenger is now SL, who I think he plays very soon, right?
Yeah, he plays SL in the last round of today, but before that he has Nihal with the black pieces. He has Adhiban with the white pieces in the 11th round, and the final round is between SL and Arvind. The tournament is still open, Sahil, for 2 reasons. First of all, it is still possible for people to strike back against Arvind. He has some pretty strong opponents coming up. Adhiban was the one who defeated him in the knockouts in the first ever Indian Chess Tour in 2021. And Nihal and SL are not going to be easy players to win with the black pieces. So far, Arvind has won all his games with black, 4 out of 4. But he's done that with a pretty risky approach. And I'm not sure if the same approach will pay off against these 2 players as well. So that remains to be seen. And secondly, Arvind could very well pull off a Carlsen. He might be unavailable for the next Champion Chess Tour, in which case it could become like a candidates. We never know. So I think there's still a lot of intrigue left in this tournament.
Yep, true. And I think the next round will be very, very important. We'll have some very important games. Arvind will be playing Nihal Sareen. So, Nihal has the onus to basically stop the tournament leader for himself and for everybody else. So chat will be just back after a very, very short break. Do stay tuned. A very important round waits for us.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players And I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. When I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together. And I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Senemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
Hey chat, we are back after some very cheerful discussions off screen, and we are here for the next round. And you know what? The stakes are rising because Arvind is simply running away. He's not stopping for anybody. He wants to celebrate his birthday and the tournament victory on the same day. He will not wait for tomorrow. But you know what? I think Nihal Sreen probably has other intentions up his mind. What do you think, Sri?
I also think so, Sahil. This is not going to be an easy game for Arvind. With the black pieces, again, he's had this very risky approach with the black pieces so far. He's been playing all these openings, which takes his opponent out of his prep, and which also gives him the room to outplay them. He's done it fantastically well so far, but he's going to be up against some very solid and dangerous opponents. So still game on. And we have the first moves. We are the first move in the Nihal Arvind game. It started with 1d4, a normal move. And guess Arvind's move again. 1d4. What did he reply as black?
d6. Yeah, I'm looking at the game. I did not guess this. But you know what? Nihal himself has this tendency to go for these offbeat openings. So it will be very interesting to see how, g6 now. And Nihal, of course, has not had the best of tournaments. Like by his standards, he would not be probably so happy. But I think he knows that if there is any chance, this is the round. Like this is the round which can tilt things in his favor, and he can stop the leader of the tournament. And now knight d7. So preparing castling very, very quickly. c3, blocking the bishop along the long diagonal. Shri, I think this is a very important game. I think for the standings in general.
Yeah, this is such a horrendous opening. I'm so surprised. Pawn on e6, pawn on g6, weakening all the dark squares around the king.
But the thing is, I'm refraining from saying anything because it's like, he played like, I think the Petrov game had a huge impact on me, that how he won that game. I mean, he just proved that, like during rapid chess, it's so difficult to refute a opening mistake. That, players just spend like 5 minutes finding the refutation. They can't find it. And then you are just 5 minutes up on the clock. So it's like, he really changed my perception of rapid chess. And my throat as well.
Yeah,
just stop talking at some point.
I'm sure he's changed a lot of perspectives in the course of this tournament. The way he's played his openings here, I have never seen such an approach from anyone being so successful.
And I think, you know what? It's like if he loses one game, though, I think that might put a dent in his confidence. And then we can see the free fall. The one we had for Nihal, losing 2 in a row, for VD, losing 3 in a row. So it can happen. We've seen it happen. Like yesterday, VD was literally leading along with, I think, after 5 rounds, he was having same number of points as Arvind. And then suddenly he lost 3 in a row. So we have seen this happen. And Arvind would be, once you lose a game, you feel that lead is slipping away and you put yourself under the pressure to maybe a draw is fine. A draw should be okay here, not to risk too much, and suddenly you end up losing. So this might be an important game. Nihal has the white pieces. We've seen how results have favored white in most of the rounds. We had those couple of rounds where white was winning all the games. And Arvind's opening, again, has not been the best. It's symmetrical. It looks pretty, but there are certain holes in this camp.
I think this is called the hippopotamus system.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called the hippopotamus system, and I don't know why it got its name though. Does it resemble the hippopotamus in any way?
I don't know actually. I did a tier list video on chess openings where I put hippo in the trash. And if Arvind wins this game, I might have to unlist that video entirely. So I hope maybe there is some attack, some pressure on Arvind. He plays c5, countering white center.
Nihal has a very solid, nice setup. Pawns in the center, knights placed on f3 and g3, and now he goes for the initiative against Black's king. He's playing quickly and confidently. Sahil, I'll just go ahead and make a bold statement. I think Nihal's going to win this game.
Oh, wow. Wow. So Sri has not made this statement like up till now in any game. And now he's saying Nihal will win. Okay, interesting. Okay, I'll take you up on that bet. I'll take you. I think Arvind will he will draw this game. I think this will be a draw. I'll take you up.
Interesting. And chat, what do you think? Where do you stand? Will Nihal be able to stop Arvind in this round? Let's have a poll on the channel. Will Nihal be able to stop Arvind in this round? And I'm saying this based on how I've read Arvind's games through this tournament and the position out of the opening. I just have a feeling that the approach that Arvind has been taking, it's almost like this Virender Sehwag Rishabh Pant kind of approach, It's spectacular until the point it keeps working, but at some point, there's going to be one ball with your wicket on it.
Interesting.
I mean, it's true for everyone. Rahul Dravid also gets out. But it has been such a risky approach with the black pieces that I would find it unbelievable if he manages to pull this off constantly against opposition of this level.
And as Atav mentioned, I think that is true. It's like, if you're looking for a spicy tournament, a tournament which is we don't know who is going to get the first place, I think you kind of root for Nihal here, right? So if you want to, of course, Arvind would totally disagree, and he has full right to. But I think if you want the tournament to be more and more spicy, more players catching up with Arvind, then he just went d5, yeah. So usually my alarm bells start ringing because now it's like it is sharpened up because now I'm going to attack on the king side. You have space on the queen side and the center. The center is closed, and maybe your prediction might just come true, Sri.
Yeah, exactly, because you're not really getting much in the center. You're not getting anything in the center. You're not able to open any files. You're just not getting that counterplay. It's a one-way street for white on the king side. Completely dominant position. And Nihal is also playing pretty confidently so far. I think he understands the kind of advantage that he has. I expect something like bishop c2 here, forcing the trade of black's best piece. Kind of makes white's pawn structure a bit ugly, but it also opens up ways for white's pieces. The bishop to g5, queen to d2. These weaknesses are on the dark squares. Bad dark square bishop, bad light square bishop. It's a terrible opening by Arvind, to be honest.
The bishop on b7 is not happy. He would love that white would take on e4 and allow the pawn to come to e4 and open up the bishop's diagonal, but that's not going to happen. And I think Nihal really probably should take his time as well. I think he has 2.5 minutes on the clock as of now, so he can take his time and figure out the best plan.
Yeah, and I really think Arvind should have shifted to a more solid approach for this game. It reminds me of this World Championship tournament in San Luis which was won by Veselin Topalov. I think this was in 2005. And Topalov had a similar start. He scored 6.5 out of 7. And this tournament was stronger than even the candidates. It was the tournament of World Championship. It also had Vishy at his absolute peak. Imagine that. That's like 2x of what the juniors are doing right now, Vishy in his peak. And Topalo started with a 6-0 out of 7, his only draw coming against Vishy. And after that, after the first half, in the second half, his approach changed completely. He just sat down and started making these draws, and he did it very comfortably. He made 7 more draws. He won with 10 out of 14. Once he started making these draws, it became clear that he's unstoppable, because he was at this situation after the first half where the only way he could mess things up was on his own. No one else was going to be able to catch up.
True. But I think you fall into this momentum as well, right? It's like right now, this strategy has worked so well for Arvind. He just wiped off everybody. Like even when he's completely lost, he will somehow get that opportunity and he will take it and come back. So it's like, you are in this momentum of continuously taking chances and it just working out for you. And at some point, you have to be pragmatic maybe, and it might come back to haunt him. But for now, he doesn't feel, at least I don't see any stress on his face at all. He looks chill as hell. He's like absolutely fine. He's like, okay, I mean, what happens after this? It's a big deal, really? He looks absolutely chill.
Yeah, he looks nonplussed. But you're right, Sahil. People can get some kind of feeling of invincibility, especially after having won so many games. I think this is where maturity can really help, that experience. And I think this is also where an external person can really help knock in some perspective to you. Like, for example, a coach. They can sense, okay, Nihal is not an opponent against whom the same approach will be optimal. I think it's better you go into a different gear for this game. I think this is one of the most valuable contributions a non-player can give you, because the player is so into what he or she is doing.
True. And here, he's played this h6 move, so locking the bishop on h8. So until you manage to play a move like f6 or something, the bishop is, well, not coming out. But whenever you play f6, then your e6 and g6 and all these squares become weakened. For now, knight f5, and he takes the pawn. Yeah, he takes the pawn. So Arvind basically gives the pawn, and he is probably going to play for counterplay now. But with the bishop on h8, I just don't see it. If the bishop was somewhere else, maybe, but I just don't see it with the bishop on h8.
Yeah, queen to d5, queen e2. This bishop will go to g5, and then everything is pretty much in control for white, because as you said, f6 is very hard to implement, because that will always lose the e6 pawn, and this pawn on h6 will also be a very uncomfortable presence for black, because in the event of the e file being open, there will be threats with rook e7, and the g7 square is accessible for the white pieces.
What do you think? Will this be the game which will cause Arvind to change his strategy? Will he end up losing this, or will he somehow come back again? Will Nihal give him another chance? We saw him completely lost against VD. He came back. We saw him play some very dubious openings, coming back, striking back every single time. And just as we say f6 doesn't look likely, he plays f6. Chad, what do you think? Is this the game where Nihal will strike, or will Arvind come back again?
Yeah, and Sahil, the thing is, Nihal doesn't even have to take e into f6. He can just ignore it and play something like, let's say, bishop f4. And this bishop's life just doesn't improve, because f into e5, you can just recapture with the pawn. And still, both the g7 and f6 squares are covered.
Yeah, I want to keep the bishop locked up, yeah, because once the bishop is in h8, you're basically playing a piece down. I'm trading off a pawn for a bishop, and yeah, he plays bishop f4. He's your student, it makes sense. And yeah, the knight on f5 is a decent piece, but it's like, I remember these games where the knight would be stuck on b7, and the white side would basically play the entire game trying to keep this one bad piece on b7, and then exchange of everything else, and then black will have no chance with the stupid knight on b7. So it's kind of similar here, and for now, Nihal in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. Nihal is in the driver's seat. Meanwhile, one of the people who can theoretically catch up with Arvind, is Mithraba Guha, and he's playing against Sham Sundar in this round. He seems to also be doing pretty well here. Not a great position for Sham.
Yep. The bishop's making a good impression. The knight on 8, of course, is not going anywhere. And although there is some, well, I would say pressure with the knight on f5 on the black king side as well. But yeah, black should be better here, clearly.
Yeah, at least materially black is better. 2 mana pieces for a rook. And this knight on f5, I think, can just be neutralized with knight d4. Even immediately, because the knight on 8 is not going anywhere.
True. So Mithraba needs this win. Yeah, I think a win would do him great good to his confidence and the points table. One more guy who's ranked second right now is SL, and he's playing against AD. Now that game is very important because AD is ranked 4th and SL is ranked 2nd. So whosoever ends up losing that game, his chances of first place are, well, at least for AD, it might be almost over. So I think AD definitely has to fight for it in this game.
Yeah, a lot at stake for both the players, and it's also a pretty interesting position. SL once again winning the speed battle. He has a massive time advantage, but in terms of position, I think there's a lot to play for. White has just moved his queen from E2 to F3 and is threatening to start pushing his pawns on the king side. Also, the kind of positions that AD roots for.
Yep. And this is an interesting position, right? Because White has this space on the queen side, but there's a pawn on d4, and then White again has play on the king side. It's like black has the center, White has a little bit of the queen side and the little king side. Not sure who will take the edge here. I do think White should be slightly better.
I like it a bit more for White here, unless black has something like g5, which is workable. I think it's a very realistic move in this position. Because you probably need to stop this f4 f5 from coming.
And with this, maybe we can have a look at the Vidit game. He's playing Raja Harshit in this round, and Vidit has 14 points, same as Adhiban, so it's pretty similar situation for him. He needs to win now. He has the white pieces, and he's playing somebody who's on paper much weaker. So yeah, and he has certain chances to win this. The isolated pawn on d5, definitely some chances.
Yeah, I think it's a very comfortable position for Vidit, exactly in his style, exactly in his territory, and I think it's also an opponent against whom he's stylistically very comfortable against. So this one might just be VD's break, his stopping of momentum of not winning. Vidit hasn't won a game in since his win against Nihal yesterday.
Yep, true. So maybe we can go back to Arvind's game, because I think, as we know, first of all, Nihal and Arvind is a strong match in itself, and black is played rook to c8. So he's trying to play with the pieces that he can keep active. You can't do much about the bishop on h8 and so on. So he's active. He's made all his other pieces active: the queen on d5, the knight on f5, the rook on c8. But again, that one piece can spoil your position so badly. Of course, there's a pawn as well, but I think he's trying to make all the other pieces reach their full potential. That's the least he can do.
Yeah, that's the least he can do, and I think he understands how bad his position is. He's just fighting on, though. It has worked for him so far, and there's no reason not to do it again. As far as Nihal's concerned, he still has to finish it off. He still has to win, and we have already seen what happened in Nihal with it yesterday, as well as Arvind with it. So he still has this conversion to do. It does feel a bit straightforward to me. I think you just prepare enough ammunition and finally take into f6 and rook into e6. You have to watch out for stuff like queen into a2. You don't want to lose any of your pawns. And also black will look to pile on the c file and activate his pieces, but a well-timed into f6 will finish off the game.
Yeah, once white breaks through, then the black king, with the help of the h6 pawn, is in great danger. So it might not even matter the extra pawn. Yeah, you might just get checkmate black. So definitely white in the driver's seat. Somebody saying VD basically threw Nihal on a tilt and then went one on his own. That's the thing. No, that's what we saw in the candidates as well. Like, Nepo basically took a clear lead. And then suddenly, the other players kept, one guy was going forward and somebody would stop him. He would move forward and the third guy would stop him. So it's like, it happens because everybody just wants to win their own game. And they can't let somebody else just catch up. So it's like, the other keep fighting between themselves and the leader just moves on. So this might
but
happen.
I think you have to give credit to AD for spoiling with its tournament. He played this beautiful game with the black pieces.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, of course, you have to play a good game. I think that's kind of guaranteed. But I think at the end, this always happens. I've seen like somehow, one guy will take the lead and the others will keep stopping one another. And this is kind of works out perfectly for the leader as well.
I think it also helped Arvind that he was playing Vidit and Nihal when he had already kind of established this massive lead. It just created pressure for the other guys because he was the one leading and others were pursuing. And Nihal doesn't have that kind of pressure because his tournament chances are almost virtually out already. But Vidit was under a lot of pressure already. And he's also pretty good at putting himself under pressure. And I think that also worked in favor of Arvind.
True. And he's put the rook on c4, so putting more pressure on the d4 pawn. But I think white is already kind of set up. So is it time to unleash the pressure on the e6 pawn?
I don't know. I'll leave that decision to Nihal because if I took such decisions, it can go very wrong for white.
Yeah, I think it is an important moment. Yeah, yes, it is definitely possible. It is one possibility. You allow the bishop to come back into the game, but then you kind of break through. Let's see which one Nihal opts for. Because black is threatening to take on d4 as well at some point. So you have to be careful.
Let's have a look at this. How does it go? Like, what is the likely scenarios of how white finishes off black here if this happens?
So I want to get the 7th rank, but I can't as of now. I was wondering about rook f6 and so on, but I don't think it should work.
Yeah, because queen e7, there's some rook f7, I guess. Is it all forcing till this point? Do we have to take rook at e6, or do we have some kind of an intermezzo? Like bishop e5.
But bishop e7? What if black declines?
Yeah, but yeah, true. I was thinking b3 and then come back bishop f4 when there's no longer
so you
as
can
much
move the rook
pressure.
back and then attack again.
Yeah,
possible.
The aim is to take the e6 pawn without giving the d4 pawn away.
Somebody saying g4. Now g4 you can play, but you better be sure. Like white has so much control in this position. I wouldn't play g4 unless it had a particular reason.
G4 would make sense if the d4 pawn was not hanging. But if with the d4 pawn, if black can take knight into d4, then you're kind of inviting black to go for that.
Important moment here.
Yeah, Nihal likes to keep that control. He likes to win without allowing counter chances. But here he has to calculate. This is a point where he has to make this concrete decision.
He's been thinking for 2.5 minutes now, so he's taking his time.
He's cashing on his time lead.
Arvind's
pretty
stress,
interesting.
No stress on his face, yeah? So you're saying, Sri?
I don't remember what I was saying.
happens, yeah. You enter a room and you forget why you were there. It happens.
Yeah. No, I think Arvind has kind of given. I think he's not really too hopeful about this game. He's just playing on because you're trained to do that. You're trained to resist. You're trained not to give away points so easily. But also, he doesn't need to be so stressed. Yeah, it's like he has a 7-point lead. So what's one loss? It's like
Yeah, true.
it's
And
like Mukesh Ambani losing 100 rupees.
yeah, and that too, assuming the others earn something. It's like maybe they also don't end up winning, so your lead is still maintained.
Yeah. He's played B3.
Yo, Srivatsan, how are you, man? I just don't know, Chad. I think this is an important game where Nihal, well, if he can strike, he would offer a chance to himself and others to come back. If Arvind can somehow, confuse his opponents here, that will be insane. That would be insane.
And Nihal has gone for it, Sahil. Not in the way we thought he would. He's just simplified things, traded off the knight and the rook. And he's taken e into f6. The point is queen into f4. That is queen into e6 check. Rook to f7. And here I'm supposed to be showing the variation that is winning, but I don't see
Yeah,
it.
because check, you can just go back, and I don't see anything crazy happening.
Maybe it's some queen c8 check and where is the win here?
Because black also has bachelor of his own, yeah, queen c on queen f4, so you can't really. Is it queen d5 threatening rook e8?
Yeah, maybe it's just queen d5. Yeah, rook e8 and rook e7. And we see the drawback of this.
The bishop on h8 is stupid.
Yeah, and queen d5 is only move, but this still goes on. Yeah, queen b8, rook e7, queen f8, and now queen e6.
Yeah, I think Nihal must have seen all this. Otherwise, he would not give the bishop 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure he would have seen all this. He calculates a lot in a very short time. So e into f6, black is forced to play queen into f6, defending the e6 pawn. White cannot take queen into e6 yet, because then he would lose the bishop. And rook e8 check would be met by rook f8. So white has to probably play bishop to d6 and attack the rook, as well as he's gone for queen into f4.
Oh, he goes for it. Wow. I think that's a good practical decision though, right? Because you are anyway losing the game. So I think that's not a bad practical choice.
Nihal whips out queen d5 instantly.
Yeah,
he didn't even take a few seconds.
Yeah, but I think that's a good practical.
Queen into f6 was still better resistance. I think you have to prolong the resistance. This is just giving up, kind of being so disgusted with your position that you don't want to resist anymore.
Let's see. Maybe he just missed something. Yeah, also possible. Because in that position, if I look at my position, I will just feel that I'll get practically outplayed in that endgame. My king is so weak. So I'll be like, let me just go for this position, force my opponent to at least show me how is he winning. And because queen d5, as we saw, was the only move. But of course, Nihal, serene, well, he would have found it. Yeah, so that was kind of for sure.
Yeah, he just calculated all this, I'm pretty sure. And now Arvind has to resign in a couple of moves. So I think he'll take a bit of a while to accept the reality, but this is such an unfamiliar feeling for Arvind. 8 wins in a row, and then suddenly being confronted with a loss. Not going to feel good for Arvind, and he will take some time to adjust to that new reality.
Yeah, Robin, that's true. And he plays bishop G7. Wow. Wow. But rook e8 is mate, right?
Yeah, it's mate. Wow. And Nihal won't you allow us to ask the chat how it's made after bishop f8?
Yeah, chat, come on. Chat, come on, find the move. I think bishop f8 is forced.
Yeah, Arvind doesn't allow us either.
Yeah. Chat, can you find the move? So if you can have bishop f8 on the board, we can see if chat can find it. Chat, white to play. How do you finish it off?
Yep. How do you finish it off? And we also see the evaluation bars of different games there. Meanwhile, with this win, with this trend upsetting win from Nihal over Arvind, the next game to look forward to is the game between the Beast and SL Narayanan. If SL will be able to catch up with Arvind, because he's the closest. And before we head there, I also think we should have a look at the Mithraba game, because again, Mithraba is one of the closest pursuers and he looks almost certain to win. Meanwhile, do we have the answers from the chat?
Yeah, Sahil? Rook f8, king f8 and queen d8. Absolutely correct, chat. Absolutely correct.
Shout out to Kritik, Shubham, Rajesh, Giridhar, and Stephen and Raj and everyone who found the winning sequence. Let's quickly head over to the Sham Sundar Mithraba game, get a status update. How big is this advantage for Black, Sahil?
I just feel somehow with the two pieces, even though optically it looks like white is attacking, I'm not sure how strong this attack is, to be honest, because how do you even give a real threat here? I'm not really sure, because what can you try to take? You can't even double up on the G file.
Oh, by the way, there's this game between Ronak against Surya, and I think Surya is about to checkmate Ronak.
Oh, wow. So that would spoil the turn for Ronak as well. I think if Ronak loses, I don't think that'd be the end of his even hypothetical chances, to get first place. I think it was mathematically unlikely, but that would be the end of the chances, I think.
Yeah, and this is also major upset for Ronak because he started off the Indian Chess Tour so well. In the first leg, he finished in the second spot after Arjun Erigaisi. In the second leg, he didn't perform as impressively, but he was still in the fourth place. He was still amongst the top contenders. And this tournament has just not gone his way. It's also surprising that he had pretty good momentum after the Olympiad medal. But since then, he has not been able to cash on that momentum. And
Do you think he's tired? Because he's the guy who was constantly playing, even playing online tournaments while he was playing OTB chess. Like, I've seen, youngsters play a lot of tournaments, but Ronak, I think, has played the most number of tournaments one of the most tournaments if you count online tournaments as well. He's played everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a very good point, Sahil, because also we have to note that Ronak came to the Olympiad after playing 2 consecutive tournaments before that. So he played 2 before the Olympiad. He's played 2 classical tournaments after the Olympiad, plus all the online tournaments that you mentioned.
Yep. Definitely physical, fitness matters, and it's at some point, it just becomes normal. Yeah. So you get tired. So maybe a small rest that can be really helpful. But I think he would, of course, want to finish on a high here. There's no doubt. He's a very, very strong player. In fact, apart from the players who are almost 2700, I think he's technically one of the next ones, to cross that barrier. So he will do it at some point.
Okay.
So, so do we wait for, I think Ronak is trying to contemplate any sort of defense, but
he just played Queen E2. But how's it getting over? There is some mating sequence here, yeah?
Yeah, bishop has to come to G3, I
Rook
guess.
H6, he wants queen into F3. Yeah, I think this is how the game will go. Rook E8 check, king F7, rook F8, king E6, and now white has to resign. Rook H6, we're just waiting for rook H6 here, I think. Or am I blundering into some trap?
No, probably not.
Surprised how this was allowed by Ronak. And also, would you believe that Surya started with E4, knight C6? Oh, yeah, yes. Surya started with E4, knight C6.
Yeah, I think we are not going to have any draws this round. It's very likely because now players have realized, there's no point holding back. It's crunch time. And if you look at the valuations, it's all one color. Apart from one game, it's just one color throughout. So somebody is ending up winning this round, yeah?
Yeah, and what's happening in this Adhiban SL game? I think, oh yeah, Ronak has resigned.
Ronak has lost, yes.
Yeah. Adhiban against SL is another crunch game. Also, we have to note that there's no way for SL to probably know that Arvind has lost in this game. So that's not going to provide him that extra motivation. But SL is probably prepared. He's already, I think he's prepared. And if SL wins this game, Sahil, it really throws the tournament open.
Yes, for sure. And considering he's yet to play Arvind himself, I think there's definite incentive there. And now the king on G3 is just rather too uncomfortable without any sort of pawn cover. And it's just about how can maybe queen F6, then rook G8 and so on. This looks rather difficult.
Yeah, but you have to be careful as black of threats on the H file as well. In a position like this. Some kind of bishop G5, bishop F6. It's actually the exact AD got the exact type of position in which he excels. SL went into it confidently, and I think kudos to him that he managed to beat AD in his own game.
So, considering this game is not yet over, can we have a look at the Vidit game once and see how he set up? So, because he set up this very impressive battery on this diagonal, and it just feels like at some point this might be very, very dangerous. The queen on h6 is rather.
It's certainly dangerous. Reminds me of these. I remember. I think it's one of. It's like these batteries in Tippoo's fort. You know, whenever I went to Karnataka, there's this massive cannon which would fire these projectiles, and this reminds me of that. The queen and bishop battery, and now the queen is just raiding across the countryside, ravaging black's queen side. But
yeah.
And look at black's queen.
It's very awkward. This is hoping on a sacrifice on h3, but this is not coming. And this time, you see, the thing is, like, now that the time is equal, as we can see, it just
Black
makes your advantage.
Piece.
Yeah, I think he can probably drop the bishop back, but then I'll just take on e6, yeah?
Yeah, take on e6 and then take on e5 first.
Yes.
And then queen into e6 check.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes bishop d8. I think we're going to see this, and we're going to see the resignation.
Harshit, by the way, is most likely playing for the US, so it might be a different time zone for him. So I'm not exactly sure what the time is there. Let me just check. I'm curious now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, knight into e6, black can defend with knight d7, so it's not yet. Maybe start with bishop into e5 right away there. Bishop into e5 and now knight into e6. I think this has to be the order. With it just goes for
he just takes the pawn, yeah?
Yeah. I'm wondering if I'm making some calculation mistake here, but nevertheless, queen into b7 is also thoroughly winning here. We'd have to wait a bit longer for the resignation in this game. So I think it's bound to be sooner in the Adhiban SL game. This should be over anytime. The rooks have come off. We are into the end game. And AD, what do you think this expression of AD is?
Okay,
is mouth just a bit open?
I think it's expression when sometimes, you realize where did your extra, like, how does your opponent have an extra piece? I think that's the expression there. But that extra piece counts here. And somehow it's like white has one threat, mate on g7, and the pawn is simply running. And once you have to basically bring your queen back to stop this pawn, then that gives black a lot of liberty, and it should be lost.
Yeah, this would be a big win for Estel. Big win.
Yeah,
who has also played a lot of these strong contenders of his.
That's resigns.
Strong likely contenders.
That's resigns. I think AD. Yeah, he resigns because once the bishop is not at 6, he resigns. Yes. So SL wins. He goes to 21 points. The tournament is spicing up. 4 points behind Arvind. Not so behind. Can we once? Which game do we go to? Because we already know that Arvind has lost. So which game do we do now?
I think we can have a look at the Mithraba game against Sham, because Mithraba is in third spot and he's winning. And with a win here, he would keep himself in contention, but he still has to finish it off. And the game is spicing up, Sahil. Is some rook into e7 an option now?
Rook e7. Wow. Yeah, definitely a possibility, because the thing is, if you don't do anything, I think the black king is pretty safe. And I'm simply going to win the 2 pieces. So you have to create something here, at least some practical chances. In rapid games, you don't know what happens. So rook e7, king e7, rook f7, king to e8, I assume.
Yeah, you can't go to e6. It's checkmate here.
Yeah. And then you probably just trade queens first, because what do you do? Because you have to take the bishop. And but is this giving white any chances?
It doesn't look so. It looks bad for black, but he has gone for rook and e7 anyway. But it does look very nice for black because he will have a couple of extra pawns and he's going to take the c2 pawn, which will break the pawn chain. And these pawns are pretty far away. But Sham will hope for some king g4, h4, h5. You know, the knight is not like the bishop. It can't go from this side to this side instantly. So that's one advantage White has, and something Sham will count on.
The only issue is that once the c2 pawn falls, I think it will be all but over because, yeah, I mean, you need, if you lose a2, you can still hold on for a while and push the h-pawns. Once you lose c2, then you lose d3, then you lose everything, yeah? Knight on d4.
Yeah, true. True, you lose everything on this side, but do you think black will interject a5 here just to save this pawn? No, he just takes knight to c2 immediately.
I think now White's plan is simple, yeah? King, move the king and push the h-pawn and then put the pawn on h8 and it's mate. Very comfortable. Not much of calculation required there. White's plan is simple though. At least that's one benefit for White.
Yeah, but I'm surprised that the evaluation bar not showing a bigger advantage for black because I think for both of us practically it looks like black is winning, but the computer feels like
something we are missing. I'm not sure. I think it's just the fact that White can probably take on a7 at some point, and then black only has 2 pawns, and it's kind of difficult for the knight to control, yeah, sometimes because the black king is cut off on the back rank. So, and you don't want to always trade rooks in these situations. Sometimes the knight can be helpless, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes the knight can be helpless. So trading black has to keep these pawns alive. He has to keep the rook alive. Rook h6 check. He doesn't want white to advance. I'm not even sure if rook into a7 was the best move here. Maybe start with king g4.
Yeah.
Get to business.
Yeah.
But it's not a decision you can take so easily with 50
By the way,
seconds.
SL has won against Adhiban, and Vidit has won against Raja. So all players, people who have chances to catch up with Arvind are winning their games in this round.
Yep. And meanwhile, quick interjection. Is Divya winning here or losing? Because she's threatening queen h5 mate. And both Arjun Kalyan and Divya at the bottom of the rankings at present.
Yeah.
So rook f7, he wants rook into f2. And the queen is supported by the pawn.
Wow.
Queen h5 check, king g1, queen c5. And now what's happening, Sahil?
Just knight d6
knight
is possible.
Into d6? Yeah, queen into c7, there's rook f7 check.
Yeah.
So is this just winning for white because of this?
Yeah, most likely, yes.
Yeah.
We'll have the standings very soon. Very, very soon. Because I think the games are about to finish. By the way, Leon is also winning against Puranik. So Abhimanyu not having a good tournament here. This seems to be like black has control all the entry squares on the h file. And the bishop on b2 is just looking at a pawn on d4.
Yep. So this is a tough tournament for Abhimanyu. But the Divya game is still, I think it's still interesting.
Yeah, something happened there.
She went king h8, probably calculating that this sequence with rook f7 doesn't work. And then Arjun Kalyan took the bishop on f2, rook into f2, and it's still game on because let's say you go b7, and I don't see the defense yet, but based on the evaluation bar, there has to be something here.
No, rook f5.
Oh yeah, simply h5, right? Yeah.
So actually, black wins. So you have to be careful. I think.
So do you start with the queen d8 check and then do the same?
Now the idea is you have queen h4 ideas, but will you be able to queen? I'm not so sure.
Probably black will be successful in stopping this pawn, but white will have this knight on d6, which covers the black king from coming close, and it can be defended with the pawn on e5.
But this is more like a draw, right?
g1.
She plays king g1. Nice move.
Oh, actually. Yeah. True. Because the problem is oh no, I don't think this is a draw. This king can come here, no? and the rook can't move from the b5.
Hmm.
But he just goes king g1, which is also not a bad move. And Divya down to just 9 seconds. Plays queen f7 under that intense time pressure. Once again, rook f1, queen h5 is a threat. But these endgames should be very comfortable for white. And in fact, here it should be straight up winning, no? b7, rook d8, knight c8. Oh no, that's still rook d1 and rook b1. But even this endgame should be pretty winning for white, and I think he probably has to do it. So he goes for it.
He does it, yeah.
He's forced to trade, yeah. So it'll be Arjun Kalyan's Abhimanyu Puranik won against Leon.
Okay, how did that happen? Okay,
he just stormed through the H file. He kind of contradicted everything you said, Sahil. The bishop on b2, the
because
H
white
file
played
being
e4,
controlled.
right? So white played e4 and opened up the bishop. So that changes things quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think taking on e4 was correct there. And that
he shouldn't have taken on e4. Yeah. I don't. That was a big miss by this d5 was a star move.
Yeah, then you can basically the bishop on b2 and g7 equalize, and then you have rook h8 incoming, and the queen is also ready to join in. So that just completely destroys black's defense, and white's king is absolutely safe. So yeah, I mean, Abhimanyu, tricking his opponent again. So that's a welcome victory for him.
Never write off Abhimanyu, never.
Yeah, true.
So that leaves, I think, Mitraba's game as two games.
I think 2 games remaining. Arjun against Divya and Sham against Mithraba. I think Sham against Mithraba is the more, I would say, balanced one. Although even that is not so
and
balanced.
more relevant to the title race because Mithraba is also in with a chance to get his shot in the Champion Chess Tour. And Sham is just 1 pawn. Is away from capturing only 1 pawn.
Yeah, 1 pawn remaining. But black has, held blocked with the knight, the rook, the king. He has brought all his forces. Yeah, it's like being the last man alive on earth. Yeah, you need to repopulate the earth. You cannot lose him.
Yeah. But 1 pawn is all he needs to keep some winning chances.
True.
It's a bit of a sticky wicket for black though, because this pawn is quite far away from black's pieces. The knight is such a big handicap in these types of situations. If it was a bishop, it would be so much more convenient for black to attack the white pawns and simultaneously defend against...
So could I play rook d5 here just to pick up that pawn on d3?
King f6.
Yeah, I take that pawn. Oh, knight is hanging. Okay, see, that's how you end up losing. So, okay, first let's play knight c3. Move the knight.
Yeah, now g5.
It's all going to boil down to that pawn, yeah? Let's take on d3, okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't play g6 here because of knight d5 check. So, I think something like rook b. No, then there's knight e4 check.
Chat, what do you think? Who will Mithraba as well catch up? I think this is definitely in this round. The tournament standings have definitely opened up because we saw Arvind Chidambaram lose his first game against Nihal Sareen, who has thrown the tournament wide open completely.
And Sahil, some good news for you. Mithraba played those exact moves which you suggested. Bad news for Mithraba, but I think good news for you.
Okay. But what did he play after rook d3? That's also important, yeah? Not yet.
It's going out. It's going on right now. Rook into d3 has just been played. So Sham, basically, I think he'll play rook g4.
Rook g4, rook behind the pass pawn. Yeah, I think some logical principles always apply. Yeah, they never change.
He goes for a more defensive approach. He defends the a2 pawn. But I think also equally valid because he knows that this g pawn is going to be hard to stop. And the a pawn, if he saves it, then it increases his drawing chances. This will be pretty disappointing for Mithraba considering how winning his position was earlier.
Yeah, and okay, honestly, like I would love a closer tournament. So from that perspective, it might make sense. If somehow Mithraba can win this game, that'll keep the tournament even more spicy for us. But I think Sham would totally disagree. I think he wants to hold on, and he knows how drawish Rook Knight against Rook is, and he's like, okay, let me just keep pushing this pawn. By the way, King F6 now. I somehow feel when G7 is not a threat on the next move, that means Black has chances, yeah? Like Black has chances to somehow push, but I'm not sure how do you do it.
Yeah, if you can stop it, but why did you play King F5? Why not King F6 in the previous?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because at least you want to threaten G7. Maybe Knight D7 check was the issue.
Knight D7, then you can play King F5 and Knight F8.
Knight F8 loses the pawn.
Yeah.
So,
and if King F7, there was Knight E5 check.
Hmm.
So that's why he goes King F5. Maybe Black can just play King C6. Yeah, and now Rook B4 has been played. And he goes Knight B7, preparing against Rook G4. As Black, you have to just keep the game going, you have to just keep these little traps.
Yeah.
And
because now you can't lose that pawn. It's all about controlling that pawn on G6 now. It's all about that move.
Yep.
Chat, it's the second round for today. So we'll have 2 more rounds after this, and then we have 3 more tomorrow. So there's enough rounds for basically Arvind to technically lose his first spot. He is 4 points in the lead. That's basically just 1 win. And considering SL is supposed to play Arvind still, so that can just change in 1 round. So I don't think we are anywhere close to having a Okay, I saw Mithraba. Oh, he allowed A4.
Yeah, he allowed A4.
He allowed A4. That is going to hurt. That is going to hurt so much. In fact, there was actually a winning move for Black in that position, I think.
A winning move?
Yeah, I think Rook A3 was the best move. And then you just try to win that pawn. G7 I think Rook A3 might have.
Because G7 there's this endgame.
Yeah, probably. And then Black wins.
Rook F2, you have Knight E4 check.
Yeah. And Rook A3 was difficult to spot though, because you've consistently had this strategy to stop the pawn with the rook. Very difficult to switch suddenly, but this means that...
and the unfortunate thing for Mithraba is he can't even keep pushing in a Rook Knight versus Rook, because he's not able to capture the G6 pawn. But I have to mention, it was pretty good defense by Sham Sundar. Excellent resistance and resilience, which earned him the draw, the 1 point.
Yeah, means a lot. I think that once you start saving, these games where you're completely lost or worse, I think that gives you more confidence than just drawing outright. And I think Sham was really happy, and Mithraba does not look happy at all. He does not look happy. He doesn't lose that much.
This really puts a big dent in his chances to fight for the championship here and qualify for the Champions Chess Tour.
So I think, as you can see, only 1 draw there between Sham and Mithraba, and that also technically was nowhere close to a draw. Just bad luck for Mithraba there and missing the move A4. So it's time for the standings. If we can have a look, we'll see how interesting they have become just in 1 round. It felt like Arvind was running away, but suddenly SL is just 4 points behind, even within Mithraba, still there, just very, very close. And of course, Karthikeyan, by the way, coming up here, 5th rank now.
Yeah, 5 wins after those 5 losses.
Insane.
And Karthikeyan also defeated Mithraba, which again put a big dent on Mitraba's championship. But Sahil, do you think this really opens up the tournament wide? Do you think someone like Vidit still has chances, especially considering that SL has to play against Arvind in the last round of the day today? But before Arvind gets there, he has to confront the beast.
I think, to me, for example, let's assume a very weird scenario where Arvind loses and SL wins. And then if SL ends up losing to Arvind, Arvind still has at least a 4-point lead going into the final day with 3 rounds to go. So that would basically give him a huge edge. So I think it's very clear that match, if Arvind wins, he, I think, will have great chances to end on first place, regardless of what happens in the next round. So I think that game is probably going to decide. And Vidit and I think Mithraba still have a chance. I think they still have a chance. If SL wins 2 in a row, he could literally take over the lead. And if they also end up winning, I think the tournament blows open completely. 2 wins for Vidit, and he goes to 23 points, and he's right up there. And then the final day becomes very, very interesting.
Absolutely. And Vidit has some favorable pairings coming up. He still hasn't played some of the people at the bottom of the table, Arjun Kalyan, Divya. He has them with the black pieces. And somehow, I just don't see SL losing with white against Arvind, knowing their style of play. SL is usually very solid, and he rarely loses with the white pieces. So this is a situation we have right now. And I think the tournament, although Arvind is still a massive favorite, it's still not 100% confirmed. And I think we have a very interesting tournament being set up towards the end.
Yep, Arvind is set to play AD in the next round. I think that will be an important game. We'll have a look at it. And we also have, I think SL plays Vaishali. So that on paper is relatively, I would say, a game which SL will back himself to win. And then the pressure suddenly comes up on Arvind, because if he somehow loses that game, it's all open. It just completely blows apart the tournament, like blows up the tournament, I think.
Absolutely.
So this is an all important.
He has the momentum on his side. He has the white pieces, and this is going to be a very exciting round 11, starting in just about 5 minutes. And stay tuned, chat. Do hit that like button while we go in for a short break. Stay tuned.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it, because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted.
Hey, chat, we are all back, and it's an all-important round. We've seen the tournament has blown open, and we might just see it getting even more intense. So I have GM Srinath and Srinath. I think this is an all-important round, yeah?
Absolutely. This is an all-important round. From here on, every round gets important, Sahil. And there we have the parents, the games to watch out for. Arvind against Adhiban. I think this is going to be the most important game. Chat, before we head into that, try and predict Arvind's first move on the white pieces. He's played so far knight c3, he's played b4, he's played b3. And I don't know if he's played moves like e4, d4, knight f3. So I think that's the game to watch out for. Apart from that, we also have some other important games. SL against Vaishali and Leon against Vidit.
I think these three games will be very important. In the standings, Arvind is first, SL is second, Vidit third, Mithraba fourth. So I think these four players in general have the best chances to get first place. Arvind clearly on top. So
oh God.
He goes. Oh. Okay. Now
and look at his smile. Look at his smile. He's just doing it for funs.
I think he had a look at the
He's
stream.
playing AD's reporter against AD.
Okay, this is pure trolling. Yeah, this is pure trolling. He's like, I'm going to beat with your own opening. So if he does that, that will be very embarrassing for AD. I have to say that honestly.
No, AD doesn't get embarrassed. The word embarrass is not in AD's dictionary. You can't embarrass AD. So, wow.
I started coughing crazily once he get embarrassed. Nice.
Yeah, no, AD doesn't get embarrassed. It's like, I don't know what to relate it with. It's like I just can't relate it with anything.
I mean,
nothing comes.
It's like 1b3 happens and suddenly Srinath is like, I just can't relate with anything. I mean, it's like I just don't know how this happened.
Yeah, I don't know why they do these things. But if you're looking for opening interesting stuff in the opening, look at how far Divya's pawns have reached, and it's only 5 moves.
I think Divya is not having the best of tournaments, and when that happens, it's a good strategy usually just to let it go, yeah, not to stress out too much sometimes.
It's a good strategy to just push Harry.
Yeah.
Which he started doing from move 2. Thank God it was not Arvind, because then he would have done it from move 1. But she went h4 from move 2, h5 and h6. She has decided to go all in on the h pawn. Specs off, gloves off, and it's game on for Divya. Divya and Ronak also know each other from since they were little kids, they were from the same academy when they started out. And there is this video of Divya kind of being like the class monitor. I think kind of bullying Ronak.
I guess on the board he can get some revenge there. That will really equalize things. By the way, we also have Mithraba against Nihal. That's an important game for Mithraba because he would really like to maintain his third rank spot. In fact, even go further if he can. As of now, he can't, but he really needs to win this game. But Nihal, coming high from his win against the tournament leader, will not make it easy.
Yeah, and out of the opening, I think Nihal has got a very comfortable position. For Mithraba, the problem has been that he's been very solid and steady, but he's not at that penetration power with the white pieces. His openings are all very. I think the sadhu is the word in Indian languages. His openings have been without that cutting edge spice, and that has worked well for him in a way because people have been ambitious against him. They're trying to beat him, but that will also kind of not allow him to reach the next level.
Yeah, that's true. I think to finish, sometimes you can lack that finishing off fire. And as of now, it's like playing Nihal Serene will not be easy on your psyche as well. And the position is also very kind of simple now, so will not be easy to win this game at all. And Nihal's two bishops looking very, very decent. Yeah, the bishop on c5, the bishop on b7, and although White's bishop's not bad either, so I think looks pretty even Stevens.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
maybe we can have a look at
Stevens
the
and
Leon against Vidit game once, if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say, sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say that Nihal has quite a bit of respect for Mithraba as well, so he wouldn't I think especially try to take risks in that game, which makes it harder for Mithraba to score a win from this position. Vidit, on the other hand, kind of similar to what he had in his game against Nihal, if you remember, Sahil.
Yeah, the pawn is just on h6 this time.
Also, the pawn on h2, not on h3.
Yes.
And because of this bishop doesn't have h2. This shows what happens when the bishop is out exposed. Very similar position, but now black will take bishop into h4 and white will not have that extra pawn.
And as you said yesterday, Vidit doesn't play this too much, the Queen's Gambit. So has he recently started playing this, or is it just for this tournament he's playing this?
I think he's recently started playing this. Veed is not a use and throw person in general when it comes to chess openings. He likes to. He's a bit.
So only in terms of chess openings, yeah.
As far as I know.
Okay.
No, but yeah, in general, I think you pointed it out rightly. Veed is not into casual flings when it comes to chess openings. He likes to stick to his openings. He's very loyal to his openings. A lot of lines that he has played. He's played it for many years, Ragozin. And there have been some openings which have been discarded from his childhood, like the classical Sicilian. But those are the exceptions.
So as VD continues his no flings there, maybe we can have a look at the game of Arvind again briefly and see how it's progressing, because, well, AD has castle queenside. And I just like AD's position somehow.
Yeah, when white plays 1b3, you usually end up liking black's position after some moves because black does get better. And if anyone in the world knows how bad these positions can get for white, it's AD. And I think he'll be very happy with this position because Sahil, this is basically Sicilian reversed. You know, white is playing black. White is playing the Sicilian defense with the black pieces. With the white pieces. White is playing Sicilian defense. And the way black has made his pawn structure. I'm getting confused because white has the black pawn structure in Sicilian and black has the white pawn structure in the openings. Usually there will be pawns on e4, f3, g5, h4 in the Sicilian defense, white side, bishop on e3, knight d4, knights, the English opening, the English attack in Sicilian defense. Black has a similar setup here. Now it's time for black to try and break open something. Okay, he just takes knight into c3 because he wants to bring his other knight to d5. Black was threatened by b5, this knight on c6. So he removes one of the knight. The other knight will come to d5 and then h4 and g3 is going to be the plan.
And yeah, he also
he likes these questions with white. So I think he will also like it with black.
Yeah, for sure. And somehow I just don't see any problem in black's position. The bishop on f8 will develop itself and then he will start pushing the pawns. And he also had the expression, the one with the jaw drop expression he had earlier. So I guess that's just normal. It's not specific to positions.
Yeah, but AD does it so constantly, The next time I meet Suhani or Karan Singh, I'm going to ask them what it means and if it can give me some insight into his head.
Okay.
Not sure if I want to do that now that I think of it. Not that I'm not sure if I want to get an insight of what happens inside AD's head, but this is something that has made me curious for many years. Chad, what are your 2 cents on it? What do you think AD has in mind when he has that expression?
I think AD is just surprised. Somebody dared to play 1b3 against him. You dare play this against me? I think that's what he's thinking right now. Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. He's already thinking about this Thanos and stuff. What was that Thanos thing? This is what it goes in AD's mind actually. All these quotes and stuff from animes and Avengers and stuff. So there is this, you dare use my own what against me?
I don't remember
something
the
of
quote.
Thanos, right?
I don't know Thanos' quote, but I get you.
Yeah, he's already thinking of what to tweet, what to put on his next annotation, update to his course with this comment, and all these things.
I don't think nice dress is the one. I don't really think he has time or a way to admire his opponent's dress here. So I don't think that's the case.
Yeah. It's from Harry Potter. It's from Harry Potter. Snape, you dare use my own spells against me.
Okay.
You dare use my own spells against me, Potter. That was a Sectu Sempra spell, the Half-Blood Prince. But that was a good spell, so I think that wouldn't fit into this context here.
Although, his opponent has been using spells on all his opponents so far. It's I don't know which spell, but he's been crushing his opponents convincingly, apart from the last game where Nihal finally broke that spell. So AD must be looking to capitalize on it. Yeah, you lose a game, you're more likely to lose the other one. And he's like, okay, let's just get on the train wagon and just continue defeating Arvind and get some confidence back.
Yeah, not just confidence, but AD has also done pretty decently in this tournament. And if he wins all the remaining games, he's also in with a shot of contention. And he doesn't have particularly strong players coming up. He has Mithraba with white, Harshit with black, Leon with white, and Surya with black. All of them grandmasters, but none of them rated about 2600.
That's very interesting though, because I think we can look at the standings, but we sometimes forget that not all the players are of the same level. So who you are yet to play also plays a factor, right? So if you have weaker opponents remaining, but you're 3 points behind, that might even turn out to be better than having 3 extra points, but having to play all the top players.
Yep. Having all the top players. True.
Yo, Stefan. I don't know. I think Ronak as well pushing, by the way, against Divya. So I like Ronak's position. There's a lot of pressure. There's a similar pawn on h6 here, as we saw in Nihal's game. But here, I think it's not having the same effect. The bishop is not stuck on h8. And the pawn structure white has is a bit sus, yeah?
Sorry, which game?
In Divya against Ronak.
I lost track because I was looking for Harry Potter memes. Horrible position for black. Sorry, for white. Yeah, for white. It's how you shouldn't play with your pawns in chess.
And
I feel sad for white's pawns.
Yeah. And of course, like, if Arvind ends up losing this, if somehow AD converts, then SLs and VD and all these games become really important.
Yep. It becomes, and I have a feeling it might, Sahil. Also, we see the two sides of Arvind very clearly in this tournament. On one hand, you saw his spectacular play. He was beating everyone up, mercilessly. But on the other side, you also see that he just needlessly does these. I don't know. I don't want to use too harsh words, but I'm also finding it hard to refrain from it. It's just unnecessary to take risks of this level, why would you do that? Like, why would you get into like what he did against Nihal in the previous game? He just got into a +2 position right out of the opening. And same here against Adhiban, he's in a -2 position. And he was having such a massive lead that even if he just didn't lose any game, he was going to get the championship. There was no stopping him. This is almost like a self-destructive tendency, He has these two sides in his play. One where he just destroys everything that comes in his path, but he also has a self-destruction mode.
Where he destroys the path.
Exactly. He's like a nuclear device. He's capable of incredible power, but...
Okay, a nuclear device. Very interesting. Okay. Well, you have Elon Musk's support, and I think that will really help. But I think Arvind, I like, he's been there at 2600 for such a long while now, and he's definitely one guy who can easily break the 2600 barrier as well. And he missed out on the Olympia teams, I think, as well. So he would definitely be feeling that he also was one guy who would have gotten that opportunity. And from his point of view, he's been winning all these tournaments. He also won the Dubai Masters. So I'm sure he has high expectations of himself. And when you are having such a crushing performance, you sometimes get carried away. But once you have that loss, I think you kind of should stabilize. I think you can get carried away sometimes, but now it's time to stabilize and realize I still have a 4-point lead. There are like 5 rounds to go, and there's only a couple of people who can catch me. So if I just play normal chess, I will just win the championship.
Yeah, but it's not so easy for Arvind to stabilize. He's that kind of element which doesn't reach stability that easily. I'm not a big expert in chemistry. Chat can come up with better analogies, but there are these elements which are a bit volatile, and I think Arvind is more closer to that element. I have seen times when he's plays really stable and really responsible, but that also takes out this, I think, destructive power of his. To find that middle ground, to find that balance, I think that has been the biggest challenge for him, to harness that power into something he can control.
They were getting a lot of chemistry analogies by Shriya. Harness the power, nuclear something, like balanced equation, like a lot of volatile elements. I think Shri has been reading up on a lot of chemistry recently. Is that actually true?
not much chemistry going on in my life right now.
I get what sort of chemistry you start. Now I understand. Okay, that makes more sense. Yes, that makes more sense.
At least not reading chemistry.
Hmm.
Meanwhile, Sahil, going to the other game of interest between SL against Vaishali, where SL is like a massive favorite. He's actually a bit worse against Vaishali out of the opening.
If Vaishali can pull off this upset, I think SL somehow will probably lose a lot of motivation. I just feel somehow you're this close, and if you somehow end up losing against Vaishali, then it will be very difficult to come back. I think SL has to somehow manage to win this game if he wants to get first place.
Yeah, absolutely. But Vaishali's openings have been very impressive, especially with the black pieces. She has been very solid. And in a tournament like this, people generally go stronger on the lower rated players. You know, they pick their weaker links, and they're usually the lower rated players relatively. And in this case, it was Vaishali, but she has managed to neutralize a lot of her high rated opponents with the black pieces. It's pretty impressive.
And if somehow SL's game, I think we will follow it. I think this is going to be interesting. But who else can catch up? I think let's have a look at Vidit's game briefly between Leon and Vidit. Because Leon has this very impressive knight on c5. But of course, there's a weak pawn on d4. Like that can be attacked later. You can imagine like, bishop g4 incoming and so on. So very, very interesting. I do think there's chances both.
I think again, one of Leon's weaknesses has been getting into time trouble. Meanwhile, you have a draw in the Mithraba Nihal game. So that's Mithraba's third draw of the day, which is pretty solid in a normal tournament. But in this format, it's extremely. It's not the best for Manu. For Mithraba.
Yeah. So we don't see many draws in this format usually. So a quick one is very surprising. But I think that was pretty like opposite, just bishop endgame and very, very symmetrical.
Yep. The games are a bit shorter than the other days today, no?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah, because I think we would sometimes have games going on and the next round will start. And today I think we're getting gaps as well, yeah?
Yeah, the players are getting tired, I think.
True.
Someone in the chat asking if Arjun's games from the Slovakian league, how to check. I think the games are not live and Arjun is pretty happy about it. So I'm not sure if we'll get those games. It's sometimes it's nice. We are in an era where everything you do is constantly monitored. Everything you do is collated as information, collected as data. So sometimes it's nice to have your own private moments, especially with the chess games. Now we have reached a point where you play a casual game online, a bullet game, a blitz game, and it's also available as data. It was not the case. A completely different picture from the 90s and 2000s.
By the way, if we can go to the game of Divya against Ronak, I think Ronak is just, he's just full control at this point. Divya's king is completely open. The queen can come to h3. Bishop comes to g2, controlling that square. But now bishop f3 trying to exchange the defender, yeah?
Yep, bishop f3 trying to exchange and Ronak completely on the driver's seat. And with that, we also have a special guest joining us, chat. Any guesses on who that might be?
Chat, can you guess? I don't think so. They'll be able to guess though. It is a surprise.
Yeah, maybe you have to give some clues to the chat.
So who can motivate
Magnus.
AD the most here? If AD were listening to this stream, who can motivate AD the most?
Yeah, who could be AD's mentor for this tournament? Who resembles AD's style the most in is trash talk.
See, I told you, not an easy guess, not an easy guess.
No, but finally someone after I said trash talk, people immediately I think got a clue.
Yeah, that would have been a better suggestion.
Yep. Now the chat is onto it. Yes.
Somebody
So we have
sends-
Joel D'Souza joining us. Hi, Joel. What's up?
Hello, hi. Thank you for letting me in.
Pleasure's ours. So
Welcome,
what's
Joel.
up?
How are you feeling today?
One second. What's happening? Yeah, I'm audible, right?
Yeah, audible.
I think there's a stream running parallelly, which I think the voice is echoing. Yeah,
That must
now
be
it's good. Yes, thanks, man. Thanks for having me. I was bored sitting in this hotel room. So I was like, let's go. I saw Adhiban's face. I saw Divya's face. I was like, what are they doing again? And I was like, let's go. I haven't heard from Adhiban since 8 months. I don't know where he's gone. He's not actually on Instagram. I don't know. How are you guys though? How are you? Srinath, how are you, Sahil?
Yeah, I'm fine. And right now, AD is in control of the position. So is that your effect? Would you think that you coming definitely helps him?
Yes, I told him like you got to make B3 so popular so everybody starts playing it, and then you just play against it because B3 is so bad.
Wow, so this was a strategy all along and it worked to perfection today, Joel. I have to say, Arvind fell right into it.
I mean, yeah, Arun finally fell for something Adhiban has been falling into.
So true.
It actually looks like Adhiban is playing on stream. It looks like Adhiban is playing a younger version of himself.
It does look so.
Yeah. But I think Arvind has been very tricky. Yeah. I mean, he's somehow come back in all the games, like almost all the games so far. So, and now he's played Bishop C3. So he's trying to slowly, open up the queen side a little bit.
Yeah, and he has a big advantage on time, which is, I think, a big factor in these tournaments in this time control. He has a big advantage on time. He's creating this pressure, and there's no easy way for Black to push forward here so far. No easy concrete way to do that.
I'm not sure where the white king goes. That's the only problem. Like, where's the king going to go? Is he going to be
the king stays on even?
Yeah, brave king, yeah.
Yeah, but as long as the e file isn't open, the white king is it's doing fine. In the meanwhile, he will try to open the b file against black's king. So white's argument.
Is there any refute to b5? Pawn b5?
So right now, I think Black can defend against it. He probably has to move the knight away. I'm not sure if he'll go this direction towards d4 or if he'll go behind.
He better go forward or behind, but he only has 2 minutes. He has to do it quick, yeah? Not much time on the clock remaining. Yeah,
this is going to be a very exciting game. And the other game between SL and Vaishali also promises to be exciting because the very opposite of what we thought is happening. Vaishali is the one crushing SL. What a nice position Black has here.
But isn't it a common thing? Like usually when like there's a big rating gap, the person who's usually lower on the ratings side, like they perform better, isn't it? Doesn't everybody mostly perform better against much stronger opponents?
I'm not so sure. I would say we remember it always, yeah, when that happens. So it usually feels that way. Because if I played like 10 games against Srinath here, I'd probably lose like 9, but people remember only the one that he probably makes one mistake in.
Yeah, I completely agree with Sahil. I'm not sure if he'll win 9 games out of 10, but I think the higher rated player wins more often usually. But here this bishop on a2, why and the look at the Black's bishop on b7.
Oh,
Such a contrast. It's. I think it just already gives you a clear picture of the position. Black is dominating here, and I'm not even sure if SL can salvage a draw out of this game. This will be
Black just
such
has to
a
put the knight on c5, right? No.
yeah, knight on c5 is one idea because of this threat, and it's not so easy for white to do a rook lift like this because this also makes this part vulnerable. Black can do something like rook a5 and but you can't free this rook as well. So this is
By
not
the
a
way,
problem.
Divya has lost her game to Ronak. Yeah, rook h5, rook h1 coming, no defense. Crushing victory, yeah.
Yeah, I think Divya is on a full tilt and she's just not in a great mood, and that really affects her gameplay.
So these ratings are rapid ratings.
These ratings are actually the tour ratings. So they have played a lot of these tournaments in the Champion Chess Tour and the Indian Chess Tour. So a lot of data has been collected from that, and with that they have made these ratings based on how they have performed in the tours. The Champion Chess Tour ecosystem, you know.
Yeah, the Meltwater and all those, right?
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So have you been following this tournament, Joel?
This one or the Sickfield one? Which one?
Singfield, yes. That was very interesting. That's another tournament.
That's a chess tournament. Everyone's falling not for the chess.
Even Elon Musk chimed in on that. So yeah, of course.
That's great. So have I been following? No, I think it's like I don't know. I mean, once in a while I would play like bullet chess while waiting for some other work to happen, or if I'm too early for a call or something. But I wanted to tune into this tournament 1 or 2 days ago. I saw Srinath's poster on his story, but I think I saw it too late. But otherwise, I really like the chess champions thing. I really like David Howell's commentary route. I think he's so good at commentary. He's great at it.
By the way, what do you think of the beats theory?
Which theory?
The beats theory, if you have any clue about it. Regarding the Singfield Cup. Okay, I would recommend checking up on that.
Oh, I
also don't know what's the beats theory.
Okay, I think I can't speak here on stream, so I would highly recommend checking it after it. Just going to Elon Musk's Twitter and just checking what he.
Sahil Tickoo bringing it up and not telling us this is how.
Yeah, exactly.
I really can't.
This is how you get women to text you back.
I really can't say it here. I really can't. I think you'll have to Google it up.
This is such a way of creating FOMO, you know. It's like.
But it's a good way.
Yeah.
It's a very toxic way. But it's a 100% functional way. Like you can hate it, but you can't ignore.
But how do you not know? Like the entire Twitterverse is like ripe with this theory, yeah? Like everybody is talking about it. Shri, at least.
Yeah. If Srinath doesn't know, then I can excuse myself for not knowing it. Yeah.
I think it's worth googling now.
Or maybe Sahil Tickoo is just an insider, and we are not as, I don't know.
No. I can assure you. I can assure you. I think probably Bill Gates and top richest people of the world have read about this theory on Twitter by now because Elon Musk mentioned this.
What is it? The Sahil Tickoo is so amused by it.
Or maybe we just don't want to know about it, Joel. Maybe
the algorithm is protecting us, Srinath.
I think Srinath already Googled it up and he saw what it is, and now he's saying, maybe I don't want to know about it.
Yeah, maybe there is no maybe in that. But meanwhile, what's happening? How bad is this for white? From a practical perspective, we can see that black is completely winning from the evaluation bar. But from a practical perspective, with just 2 minutes remaining, how would you rate Vaishali's chances of getting this one?
I would say really high, because it's like I can't find a active plan for white. Like it's like the queen is active, but the bishop on a2 and the rook on a1 are so stuck. Like you can't move the bishop, you can't move the rook. And if you move the rook to f1 to support the rook on a1, then your g2 point is always weak. Even knight e5 might be possible in those circumstances. So you're always kind of stuck.
Yeah, white is really stuck here. But the problem for black is there's no immediate way to finish it off. And this can be frustrating when you know that you're clearly better, but you don't have a clear way to convert it. I think that's one of the most frustrating things. Actually, Alireza won 2 games like that in the Sinkerfell Cup. He defeated Mamadero. He blundered a pawn, and Mamadero couldn't find a way through. He got frustrated and lost very quickly. And it was similar against Wesley so as well yesterday.
And Vaishali finds a good move, pinning the rook as well and opening up a bishop all the way to the knight. And this is going to create a lot of pressure now.
Yeah, I thought of something similar, and if white can sacrifice a pawn with something like d4.
I think this is going to turn out really well for Arvind, yeah, this game at least.
Yeah, and SL actually got himself under a lot of pressure, having to chase Arvind here. And meanwhile, Arvind has a massive time advantage.
He's under pressure now, I think. Oh, what is this? Is this sharpening up? Yeah, the game is sharpening up. The A file is opened up, and Arvind is putting a lot of pressure on AD now.
He's putting a lot of pressure, and AD has only 40 seconds remaining.
I think he needs some words of motivation from Joel. I think that's what can save him.
But how is AD usually on time as Srinath?
He's not great at playing with less time. He's not a pro at it.
Who do you say is the best at playing with less time?
Krzysztof is one of the best in the world. Nihal is very good at it. Leon Mendonca in this tours. David Howell is very good at doing that. He's actually a very strong player as well, not just a commentator.
Yeah, he's a 2700 plus, right?
Yeah, and he had the best performance in the Olympiad, of all.
He was in Chennai.
Yeah, he was in Chennai and he had the best individual performance.
Oh, good. I actually met quite a few of people going to the Olympiad. The Anish Girios' visit thing was happening. That Sagar Shah's chess tournament, and so I went there and I met Anish Giri with it and all for the first time. And I think a lot of the contingent were there, like an American coach was there and all that.
American coach was there with whom?
Anish
brought an American coach.
I think it was Anish's coach. I can't remember his name right now. You might know him. Can you throw some names?
Yeah, it's Robert Hess.
Yeah,
Robert Hess,
yes.
He was a commentator. He was the host of the event.
Yeah. We were co-commenting. I would call him a co-commentator. I would say that because we had equal chess skills. They were like, let's go.
Yeah. And now I and Sahil have that honor. So we're grateful to be on the same.
Yeah, we should make a WhatsApp group. Yeah, that. What else is happening?
Arvind is taking over this game. So his king is safer than Black's king. The knight on a7 has been condemned to imprisonment. Queen on b7 not well placed, and Arvind will get his bishop to c4 and potentially to d5 now. AD tries to activate his bishop. He tries to bring it to c5, but I think Arvind will just play rook to d1, get this rook out. King will be safe here, and in the end, it will be a picture of these pieces ostracized from Black's kingdom, and White king very comfortable on the other side.
Yeah, the queen on b7 is so awkward. I mean, I can imagine the bishop coming to d5 and the queen having to move to I don't know which square actually, and then rook to a1, and it's looking dangerous.
So does Adhiban become happy or sad that b3 has worked?
It's a win-win situation for him. Has Adhiban blundered something? Has he blundered something here?
Complete.
I think Rook A1, Bishop D5 again. It's the same thing, right?
No. Because Queen H3 check is coming.
Oh,
But do you just ignore it?
yeah, I think I can just bring the king slowly up. Yeah, maybe it's not anything dangerous.
Yeah, Rook D8 check, King C1. Or just king goes to B3. King hides at B3. And that is the winning sequence.
Yeah, that'll be a final cherry on the cake.
That is so poetic.
Yeah. Start with B3, end with B3.
But I want, but it looks also very dangerous. The queen coming, so what? Okay.
But Arvind doesn't go for it. Yeah, King G2. He didn't have the benefit of the evaluation bar. He prefers to put it on H1.
Yeah, I think that's what that move of just putting the queen finally resting on B3 is it's a very stretched out thought.
Yeah,
AD's expression, by the way, he's like completely stunned. Yeah, he's like, how is he? How did this happen?
It's not like Black has a defense against Rook A1 anyway. So Rook A1 is just game over, because not like the rook comes to G7 or anything. And Arvind has enough time to calculate it out.
Give us some context on Arvind. How is he? What is his background, which playing style or not?
So Arvind has been exceptional this year. He's been one of the best performers, and I think he's won more tournaments than anyone. In general, he won the second leg of the same tournament, Indian Chess Tour, defeating the likes of Arjun Erigaisi. He won the Dubai Open earlier, just last week. Before that, he won a tournament in Spain, and he's the national rapid and blitz champion.
So in open category.
Yep.
Is he the new boy in the scene? How come I didn't hear of him?
No, actually, he's the old boy in the scene. That's why he's not that well known, and he's turning 23 this year. Normally, 23 today is his birthday.
Wow,
so normally
23
would
now.
be, yeah, exactly. It's relative, no? When you have these guys at 15 years and 16 years, 23 is definitely older.
23, gonna plan.
What were you doing when you were 23, Joel?
I won the COB3 when I was 23. Shout out to my homies. So tell me who had a better year than 23.
It's the age, yeah. When you're 23, you win stuff.
Yeah, and 24, you come second. 25, you stop playing.
It doesn't look like a good future for Arvind.
Hey, that's what you get for being associated with me. I was actually
is that what happened to AD?
I think that
now that I think of it, AD's rating has been in a free fall. A lot of people correlated it with his marriage, but now that I think of it, it's actually after he started talking with Joel.
That's true, man. That's correct. I mean, I'm taking it all on me. That's why I never tell him where I stay. I don't want him at my doorstep with a knife or a gun or both.
Wow. Poor AD.
I think Arvind just runs away with the tournament, yeah, because SL has SL any chances? I think that game becomes really important now.
Yeah, I think SL has survived out from that position. He's not losing anymore. This E pawn combined with the bishop. Yeah, rook to C7 check. This bishop will go to G6 and cover the E8 square. And this E pawn has a good future. So bishop to G6, pawn to E6, E7. And it might not be easy to stop for black. And black is not even better anymore according to the evaluation bar. And I completely concur with that. From a practical perspective also, things have changed around. This bishop will either go to C. He actually wants to put it on C6 so as to cover the F3 pawn as well.
F7. Actually interesting.
Is VD losing, by the way?
Really?
Someone in the chat told so, but I think they just clickbaited.
No, VD has, well, I don't know exactly who's better, but it doesn't feel like one side is like pushing or anything. I think it's just, they have like for 13 seconds, by the way, for Leon, yeah? So he's under time pressure, serious time pressure right now.
Yeah, and we spoke so much about VD's time management, but if someone can beat him at it, it's Leon. He compulsively gets into 30-second situation. But
You think
he
so?
doesn't blunder.
You think
Sorry?
Leon purposely gets into time trouble so he can play his best chess?
No, it's an habitual thing. Like people just have this habit, like how they, some people are, they just need more time to figure out things earlier. They just
Or
choose to.
maybe players like the Leon reach their, what's that state of mind called? Flow with less time. Maybe that's
That they do as well. That they do as well. You're right. It does give a lot of adrenaline when you have less time, for sure. There's no doubt about it. But very few people are able to play without blending with such less time. And I think here it's Nihal and Leon. Meanwhile, I think we are just about to see the finish in AD's game against Arvind. Arvind can just win with queen into c5, I think. But there's still some details to be worked out. Still possible to blunder from here, and he has about 10 seconds and a lot of pressure. He goes for it. He goes for queen into c5, h3 check, king f2, queen b2 check. There's going to be king e3. I think this is what AD kind of missed. Queen into a1, queen into e7. He wants what, queen d4 check. But finally, there's queen b7 checkmate. So I really don't see chances for black here. Yeah, he just takes the rook, but the bar doesn't like it. Is there some perpetual here? Is there another twist? Oh, he missed queen c3 check. He missed queen c3 check.
Yeah, he
did. I think AD is also a bit surprised.
He talk about luck and me and AD. Who got the luck? This guy.
Yeah, I think it actually worked. It actually worked. The Joel effect is true.
It's time to, I don't know, do a reverse Hikaru Nakamura. Come on, go. Let's go. Put an apology video out.
And Arvind has 5 seconds and no time to contemplate. Okay, finally king e2, king e3 now.
Do you think this tilt can actually make Adhiban win this game?
It's a bit hard, I think, because at worst, there's just going to be checks. I don't see how White can lose this one. But Joel, with your presence, I really can't rule out anything. There are supernatural forces at play here.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's why I let the supernatural forces do the talking.
Yeah.
Well, king d4, and there are many forces, yeah, certainly, which might vanish off the board. So I think he should probably take the draw now. Oh, king c4.
Oh, Joel! What?
Shout out to my homies.
He was
again, he blundered
on the spot. He was winning, he blundered, and now suddenly again.
Yeah, it was queen c2 check. King b4, there's knight c6, king d4, there's knight c6. So he had to go king d5 and now queen b3 check.
Come on, man.
It's actually not that easy. Yeah,
No,
I think it's queen b3 check. King c5, queen a3, king e5, knight c6. With the evaluation bar, he would have spotted it for sure, but without that. But it is possible. Man. It is possible.
I don't. Come on, man. Come on. Srinath, one more apology video. Line them up every Saturday. Like a YouTuber.
My apology to Joel, part 1, part 2, part
again,
3.
it happened again.
Again, it happened again.
This is crazy.
Oh, man. One more apology video while mocking, and you give me apology video. I think then I don't think Adhiban has realized, or I don't think anyone has realized that they made a blunder. So the blunder position might come again.
Yeah, but that will be the third time repetition.
It will be a draw then.
Yeah.
But come on, I think I would think Adhiban could win this now, if he can. If
yeah, not, with you anything is possible.
Yeah, man, come on, the same.
With you and AD.
With
AD and Joel and AD. JD.
Exactly my name.
Fives. Oof.
Yeah, they finally made a draw after all that drama. AD in such a dilemma, what to do against 1b3. Should he win and get some points? Should he lose and get some sales? Or finally he finds a middle ground.
Actually,
But-
AD won this. AD got the most out of a match anyone could possibly get. He boosted sales. He showed what to do. He showed what not to do. I mean, can you win more is the question.
And first time Arvind showing emotions, yeah, you can see him there holding his face. He can't believe it. He can't believe it. I think he's not showed any emotions in this tournament so far. First time, yeah.
Yeah, he was so winning this one. He was so winning. It's like, what have I done? AD was also, I think, probably like, what have I done?
What was that
When
variation though?
Arvind
Queen
played
C2. Can
1b3.
we have a look once? Like, how was it winning though? Like, after King C4, Queen C2 check, King D5.
And now Queen B3 check. Yeah, you have everything related is related to the B3 square as far as this game is concerned. That's the theme of this game.
Yeah.
What happens
And,
if this king goes to D6?
Yeah, if king goes to
Knight
D6, there's
C8.
knight C8 check.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that.
So the queen is lost. If king goes to E5, then there's knight into C6. And it's the same if the king
It
goes
goes
to
to
D4.
C5?
Queen A3 check.
So, yeah.
Ooh. Come
That
on,
was
guys.
tricky. Very tricky.
Maybe-
Arvind is still recovering from this game. But I think he will cheer up a bit once he sees how SL's game is going on, where it looked like SL escaped out of jail, but now he's losing completely.
Hmm.
And Vaishali is playing excellent. She's playing, I think, well above her rating, 24-49. She's played like a grandmaster in this tournament, and above that, well above 2500 level. And here she's threatening rook d4 check. So she's converting this confidently. SL kind of twirling his mustache there, but can't find a move on the board.
That's preparation.
Yeah,
And
this
now
should
this
be an
is
easy
just a
win now.
lost rook endgame.
By the way, this VD's game is also interesting. He has that extra pawn on the A file. And typical, yeah. I'm not sure if he'll convert this.
Yeah, this is a draw. This is a complete draw because when the black king comes towards this side to try and support this pawn, he'll lose all these pawns. And this is the best defensive formation for white in defending this 4 versus 3. SL has lost, by the way. So we can confirm that SL has lost. And with that, he's down by 5 points against Arvind. But they play against each other. So if SL manages to win that game, we will still be up with the competition going into the final day. So it all boils down to their matchup at the end of the day, SL against Arvind.
VD is still trying to fight on. He has to win this somehow. Otherwise, I don't think he's in with a serious chance. Because Arvind's on 26 points now. He's literally 9 points ahead of VD.
So what's the thing? What should be your rank to win this tournament? What happens if you win the tournament or not?
So if you win the tournament, you qualify to the main event, the main champion chess tour. And the next one is happening on September 18, I think. So the winner of this event gets a direct slot there. And you kind of level up that way. Yeah, that's how Prag started, by the way. He won a qualification event and then got into the champion chess tour. Then he went and defeated Magnus. Then Sachin Tendulkar tweeted, the prime minister tweeted. Then Prag defeated Magnus again, and the rest is history.
This is not over the board. This is online.
Yeah, it's online, but so there are some events which happen not over the board, but over the screens in a physical location.
In person, they play on the computer.
Yeah. And Prag has played 2 such tournaments so far, and he does really well when they play in the physical location. I think one of the reasons could be that they're playing on the same time zone.
Mm-hmm. But Prag didn't play online chess so much, right? During pandemic and all.
Yeah. He played a lot of online chess, but who didn't? I mean, everyone did.
I thought Prag didn't play. I saw Prague very little. No?
No, he played a lot of it. He played a lot of it. Leon played that move with just 2 seconds remaining.
But this is an easy draw now. I think there's a hole on g5, so there's not much you can do.
Yeah, and you can just maintain your rook, go back and forth, back and forth. If black plays a2, then he can never bring his king. There will be no way to reach. The rook will start checking the black king. Like let's say it reaches towards c4. Now he starts giving checks. So he doesn't have a landing point here. If black doesn't play a2, then yeah, he's played a2. If black doesn't play a2, then he has no way to make progress. Now the thing is, white can even take this pawn, no? In certain, oh no, white can't take this because there's rook b1, and this pawn would win.
Yeah, the black king is so close. Yeah, I think if it wasn't b3, b2, then maybe it works.
But you can go with the king and take these pawns. I think king g5 is a move here, no?
Yeah, for sure. I think
Vidit will try to get his king onto this spot. Now the players are gaining some time because they know what's to be done in this situation. Meanwhile, this is the only game going on. All the other games are over. And the big result, Arvind drawing against Adhiban, but still maintains a 5-point lead over the next player in the rankings, SL Narayanan, who had a shock upset loss.
1 win?
3 points. A draw has 1 point and loss 0.
It's like a football scoring system.
Yep, it's like a football scoring system, and the prize money is also entirely based on the wins and the draws. So you win $150 for a win, $50 for a draw, and 0 if you lose. So basically, if you win, you get rewards. And it's totally dependent on that.
king g5 finally, yeah?
Yeah, king g5 finally. Now VD will come and take these pawns. Leon will take some of these pawns. He'll be left with 1 pawn, which will be 2 less for being able to win. Most likely, he'll be left with the h5 pawn. Leon will take these 2 pawns, and he'll take the a2 pawn when the rook moves away.
This is where you also have to be pragmatic as black and not allow white too much time.
Yep. And yeah, talking about the SL Arvind game, I think SL would have had fantastic chances if he had gone in with a win, Sahil, but with this loss, that would have been very damaging to his morale and his momentum.
I think the
if
final
SL
game
had won this and then he beat Arvind, he would have actually gone into the last day with the lead.
Yeah.
This
But he can
loss
still kind of
really changes a lot.
Like if he wins, he goes to 24 and 2 points behind with 3 rounds to go tomorrow. I think he would still be in with a chance.
Yeah, he would still be in with a chance for sure. He'd still be in with a chance. But yeah, he has to win. And with it going for that final trick with the pawn to f4. Actually, this is not so. Yeah, rook g1 check. This was important. G into f4. He gives up the rook g1 check, king into h5, queen. And finally, this position with the white king coming to. This is still a bit tricky. White has to be precise here.
Yeah, white should just focus on 1 pawn, yeah? I think just push 1 pawn and not try to carry them all.
Yeah, but which pawn?
Which pawn? Yeah, the f or the h. Usually the f pawn would would be a better deal.
Just push it to f7. Good defense by Leon under pressure. Sometimes we kind of take for granted that these players will do these amazing things because they're such strong players, but we had to give these shout outs from time to time. Yeah, this was actually some pretty strong defense, and a lot of people would have gone wrong with less time here. But Leon knew his stuff, and he also applied it really well.
Well, by the way, how much effort have you put into end games? Like, because, it's like, I think end games somehow can be dull to learn, right? When you learn chess. I don't know, at least I personally find it like, this is very few pieces on the board.
Yeah, I think it depends on your method of learning. You can make a learning and training anything related to chess fun. It's the way you do it. Now, there were times in my childhood when one of my experienced coaches, grandmaster, would give a printout filled with questions, ask me to solve them, and be away the whole day. And that was the method of coaching. And this, I think, is so incredibly boring, especially when you give this to a child, like a homework. And it can really kill off the enthusiasm. But if there are ways to, I think, make it fun. It depends on your approach to things, how you do it.
I think we have all the results, yeah?
Yeah, we have all the results at the end of round 11. And we have that shocker of a result right at the top, Sahil.
And 4 draws. I've not seen 4 draws in any round, I think. That's like super rare in this format.
Yeah. We haven't seen so many draws in a long while. But also, I think a big shout out to Vaishali. She has played. She has played some really nice chess. She started off with just half point in the first 5 games, just 1 draw in the first 5 games. But since then, she defeated Surya Ganguly. She defeated Divya Deshmukh. Draws against Nihal Sareen, Adhiban, and now a win against SL Narayanan. So since then, she has really picked herself up, and her games have been quite stable, quite solid. It's not like her opponent has been blundering and she has been winning this game, but she has been earning her wins by solid play throughout and some pretty good openings. So big shout out to Vaishali, and it's no accident that I think she won this game.
I think if you have a look at the standings now, I think we can clearly see it all boils down to Arvind against SL, because Vidit is 8 points behind. So with 4 rounds to go, that is very, very difficult if Arvind just keeps going on. So SL is the guy who's not played Arvind yet. If he can somehow win, stop Arvind, gain 3 points, I think it will be anybody's tournament moving to last day. And yeah, I think the final round is very, very important now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it has become a 2-horse race, which could become a 1-horse race if Arvind doesn't lose this game. It's, I think, the most important tournament, important game in Arvind's tournament right now. If he doesn't lose this, he'll have an at least 5-point lead. And if he wins this, I think he's pretty much through.
True.
If he wins this, then I think he would finish the tournament with a day to spare.
Joel, did you meet any of the juniors in the Olympiad when you went there?
No, I didn't go to the Olympiad. I met them when they were having a layover in
Mumbai. Okay. Right.
Yeah. I have not even met Adhiban in person. I've only met Vidit now and Anish.
Anish is like, I mean, actually when I was in Mumbai and he was like sweating like crazy and he's hilarious, yeah? He's fun to talk to.
Yeah, he's very relaxed also. I was surprised how relaxed he would be, like when he would come behind to rest between games. And I think I think one great insight we were having was like while watching, their heart rate were getting monitored and put on the screen. And almost throughout the whole tournament, Anish Giri just had a lower heart rate than with it, which was just fun. Even I would want to have a very lower heart rate when I'm very tensed.
Yeah, and Vidit was running away with the event at some point.
I think it's just that Anish didn't get so tense. I don't think you have a lower heart rate when you're tense. I don't think
you don't. Yeah, right. You're the more anxious you get, the heart rate increases, right?
Yeah.
It just means the lower you have, the lesser. I don't know, you're hurrying up or something. Yeah, because when I play football and I wear that Apple Watch and I'm checking my heart rate, it goes to like 188, and that's when I'm running and I'm pacing around. Imagine just being sat on a chair and your heart rate is that much of a, I don't know, like a Wednesday night footballer. It's like you can't believe a person who's running as fast as he can and a person sitting on a chair has the same heart rate. It's surreal to watch.
I think it's basically roasting right for a year now between AG and VG. So like they really want to take it seriously, because once VD, if he loses, he knows ki pura, for the next year he'll get roasted by Anish.
I think
lifetime.
even if not for the roast, I don't think as a sportsman you can play sports casually, right? Do you think so? I mean,
Yeah.
I can't play sports casually, and so why would they?
Oh yeah, for sure. But I think it's like, they've been together for so many years now. I think Vidit was his second, so they know each other so well by this point. The
Vidit was
weaknesses.
Anish's second in which round?
Yeah, for a long while.
No, 2016. He was a second in that period around 2016. That was a
okay.
life-changing experience for Vidit.
In this sense, how was it life-changing?
Well, on one hand, I think it gave him a lot of attributes of Anish's chess. So Vidit was always a lot into the opening preparation. He was very solid, and Anish had a very similar style. So it got amplified for Vidit, a lot of aspects. And I think they had both pros and cons, this approach.
But what do you say? Vidit and Anish have similar styles?
Yeah, they have very similar styles in terms of their chess playing gameplay. The games have kicked off in the all-important round 12, and the all-important game, SL against Arvind. And it's an extremely curious choice by SL. The way he traded queens right off the opening. And out of the opening, I don't think he has any advantage. It just feels like black is completely okay here. And
you like his opening styles though? If you're looking to win the tournament, probably not the best decision.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the best decision, and I think it's also a symptom of tilt from SL. He lost that previous game. He's very upset about it, and then this game started. He played these few moves quickly, and now he's probably already regretting the position he's got out of the opening. And Arvind also potentially in tilt, but he wouldn't have as much. The 5-point lead cushion really helps, and getting a position like this out of the opening, I think that also really helps.
Yeah. And you know what? He's been playing such dubious openings and getting away with it. I'm sure playing a normal opening and getting an equal.
No, he played d4 g6. He played d4 g6.
No, I mean, like now that he has that position, normal position, I think he'll probably be fine with this. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. This is as good a position as he can get from any opening, and he is very secure after the opening battle. We don't have the start of a couple of games. The game between Sham and Leon Mendonca hasn't yet started, and also the game between Vidit against Surya Ganguly. So those are two games to watch out. And I think it all pretty much comes down to this for the championship. And if Arvind doesn't lose this, then I think it just becomes a fight for the second place after this.
Only 3 rounds tomorrow, so it means that this round is really important. It's not even 4 rounds. Yeah, I think we should stick to this game and see if anything fancy happens.
But who's your favorite chess player according to style, Srinath, among comedians? And who's your least favorite chess player according to style in comedian?
Among comedians,
Srinath calculating.
I'm under so much pressure to say that it's you, but
really, is it me?
Yeah, I think you have very entertaining style.
I think it depends. Do you count it as overall strength or in terms of improvement they've had over the past couple of years?
No, in terms of if I did on improvement they had in the last couple of years, then my answer would certainly change. Joel won COB3 and then he went to the second place, and then I don't know what was the next one.
Then there was a team event which is
now that I think of it, AD and Joel's trajectory has been similar after they met each other.
Bonded for life. Nice. Although, do you
but-
count? Yeah.
No, sorry. But sorry, what do you like about my style? Please, I know I make it about myself. Then what do you like it? Because
No, it's very
yeah.
entertaining. It's very similar to AD's style, you know. It's just entertaining. It creates a lot of entertainment on the board. I also like Adhiban style.
Anirban. Oh, Anirban is very fun too. Anirban plays like, I don't know. Anirban when he yeah. But yeah, sorry, speak. It's a question to you.
Yeah, Adhiban style is very entertaining. And in terms of the player who's improved the most, it's probably Samay, no?
Yeah, 100% him. But I think if I had to say, I think even Biswa has improved a lot. I think I could say that. But I think, yeah, but I think he kind of like, I think it's his game management, which he chose. So funny to watch him take it so seriously. That's my favorite part of COB. Just see Biswa playing chess, like so serious.
Yeah, Vishwa is
Like
like
once
the
he went
Vidit of
2 pawns
COB.
down against me in the last COB team event. He went 2 pawns down against me and he resigned.
Guys, by the way, Vidit,
I remember that game.
guys, by the way, the Vidit Surya game has kicked off, and you won't guess what opening Surya started with.
Okay.
What is this? Why is he doing this?
No.
I assume
Surya,
it's
why are you doing this in the name of chess?
Why? What's wrong with it?
Well, we started
D4
talking about
knight
COB,
C6.
so this will happen, right? I mean, this is inevitable, yeah?
What's
Yeah.
wrong about this?
D4 knight C6. Well, you generally don't. You're just giving up the control of the center, and you're also forced to move your knight several times after developing. So
Hey, now tell us who's your least favorite comedian chess player? Come on.
I don't know. He's not a comedian, but he was part of COB. So it's Yaya.
Yeah, is not even a chess player. Come on. No, in comedians, take my fellow colleague's name. I want to laugh. I want to laugh when you
This stream
mention
will not be
it.
private, Srinath. Be very careful.
See, no, come
I
on,
know.
say it. That's why I said name. So you can't be diplomatic and be like getting away with it.
Hey, it is really Yaya. You can
Hey,
even
Yaya,
go
no,
on
no,
some of my
comedian.
other streams.
Why though? What is so pathetic about this style? See, just style. You're not talking about strength, right? So it's not like you can create an upset, but your style still will be pathetic. So that's why it's.
True.
So tell us, who is the most boring comedian chess player?
If we go for the most boring, Vishwa might take it, no?
Okay, thank you. But why? Come on, elaborate. Speak 10 seconds on it. Okay,
That's a
15.
That's a clip you wanted, yeah.
Yeah. Give us 15 seconds on it. Come on.
I just think Vishwa is a bit too methodical, and he should probably just play more chess and study less of chess.
Okay.
That's
That's
what I
a
think.
good one. That was actually a compliment, I'd say. So
I'm not AD, Joel. I'm not going to give you endless content.
Srinath is so happy he got away cleanly. He's giving an evil laugh.
Do you
Apparently,
think Arvind is going to win this one, guys?
yeah, Divya is already lost.
Yeah, Divya is already lost. This is completely. The king is being destroyed, and she's just lost the will to play. You can see again, she has a lot of time on her clock, but it happens sometimes. You're in this tough tournament, you don't get any easy games, and you just lose the will to play. After that, you're just putting yourself out there, but your mind is not fully into it.
Hmm. So how do you come back from this though? Like, it's like, I don't think she's managed to win a single game so far. So how do you come back from this? Like, it's very traumatizing, right?
Yeah, it's very traumatizing. It's very hard to stop. It's like you're in this arm wrestling match where there's someone stronger putting pressure on you. So your arms like this, and you can't really. I think the only solution is to get stronger. I mean, I'm not great at sports psychology. What I've seen is it really helps when you're a strong chess player. That helps a lot because everyone has a upper limit, their median strength and their lower limit. And one of the reasons why Magnus is so good is that, because when he's at his upper limit, he's better than everyone else. But even when he's at his lower limit, he doesn't play too badly. Even at his lower limit, it's better than a lot of people's upper limit. And having that strength really helps, having the chess strength. So even when you're on a tilt, your gameplay doesn't get too bad. And I think that is really the solution. You have to work at getting stronger.
Yeah, there's a similar saying, some comedian also, I don't remember. Like, you have to get so good that eventually, when you become like a proper professional, like an international level comedian kind of a thing, the difference between a good show of yours versus a bad show is almost same.
Exactly. And yeah, you have to get stronger. It also really helps when you have done a lot of work, done a lot of preparation, that gives you a lot of confidence. That is also very important, what you have done before the tournament. If you have worked really hard, then that's some kind of a mental shield you have. Even when things go wrong, you find. So when, for example, this World Championship match happened between Anand and Gelfand, and Anand was really struggling. He was really struggling. He lost the 9th game or the 7th game. I don't exactly remember. One of these games. I think Magnus lost the 9th one. So with Vishy, it was one of the odd games with the black pieces. And then the next day, he instantly bounced back by winning his game in just 17 moves. Now, that was a result of his opening preparation. That was the result of the work that he had done. If that was not there and he had gotten a completely equal position of the opening, then that would have been a lot harder to achieve for Vishy. So your chess skills have to come through. There are some things you can't just will yourself and say, okay, I'm going to play really well. And it doesn't happen that way. It has to be backed up with the work, the preparation, the strength.
Yeah. You can't bet on being just lucky.
Yeah. I think Arvind would kind of might even disagree. I think he's just had a combination of insane skills and a bit of luck at the right point. Yeah. I think in this tournament,
I think you become lucky once you start becoming good at chess. You can't, like, it can't be like, oh, it's like, oh God, please make me lucky tomorrow. Yeah, but that luck.
Yeah, your percentage certainly improves. The stronger you get at chess, or the more you have worked at, the percentage of getting lucky, it improves exponentially. And I know that Arvind does a lot of hard work. I've seen days where Arvind has spent. What? Oh my god! Long castle check is blundered.
Oh, what the hell? He's laughing. He can't believe it. Oh my god, that was the up. Oh, he can't believe it.
This is such a brilliant tactic.
We have seen this so much. All of us have. What a game-changing moment. Arvind was just running away with it. And he has blundered.
He resigned now.
Yeah, he instantly resigned and he can't stop laughing about it.
Can we have a look at the move once more? Chat, just look at this. Oh, wow. This was beautiful. Look at this position. Arvind. The pawn is attacked. So black can, of course, give the pawn if he wants to. Even then, he's fine. He could totally defend the rook b6 if he wants to. He could do multiple things. But he plays the move king d7 and missing the fact that white can simply castle. Dude, that is insane. Wow.
Has this happened a lot in chess? I'm seeing it for the first time.
It's rare.
It's a classic puzzle, Joel. It's classic puzzle, but for it to get implemented like this,
I saw
Arvind
Eric.
still recovering. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Sahil, this opens up the tournament so much. SL within
Yeah,
2 points
yeah.
of Arjun now.
I saw Eric Rosen have this on stream once, but apart from it, I've not seen it happen in the last couple of years at least. Insane.
Oh my God. This is incredible. Unbelievable. I'm at a loss of words.
Is this COB level now?
I think, would people find castles in COB though?
Yeah,
I don't know.
some would.
I think could be probably. COB sometimes really comes up with the most brilliant move. So I think the highest high is very high and the lowest low is not chess, I would say.
No, man, I think it's normal in any event, COB or CCT. If you put humans under that kind of a pressure with less time, they create unexplainable brilliancies, and they also make horrendous mistakes. It's the same human beings playing, yeah. Only the skill level is different.
Yeah, yeah. Although this was not the kind of birthday gift you wanted, yeah, unfortunately. But okay, I mean, he's still in sole lead and still 2 points ahead of SL. So that means going into the last day, at least the tournament will be wide open. So from the spectators' perspective, it's probably a decent thing to happen. But can VD
But it's
and
so painful.
yeah, yeah.
Do you feel that pain, Sahil? Like, do you feel that empathy when happens?
I do for sure. But I think, you know, I would rather also see this tactic happen once in a while. It's so beautiful, right? You want to see it happen over the board. Like, we can analyze all at once, like we can see if it happens, but if once it actually happens, it's beautiful, yeah?
Yeah. It is beautiful, but I can't help but feel very sad for Arvind. It just pains so much, this kind of a blunder after having such a day. And his day has been filled with this. Yeah, against Adhiban, he was completely winning. He's been creating such masterpieces, and then he just we see Arvind in his full image. I think the two extremes of him. One where he creates masterpieces, and then one where he makes this inexplicable COB level blunders.
So what's saying?
No
let's not talk about COB anymore. Everyone playing like COB now. I don't think so. That's true. But sometimes having such blunders is not so bad, actually.
For who?
For
the spectators.
Yeah. For the tournament in general, yeah, to make it more exciting.
Yeah, that is true. That makes. I think that is one of the things that makes the rapid format more exciting. It creates more mistakes.
Also, do you think a rapid format makes it a much more even playing field than classical?
Do you think so? Because I think not necessarily. In fact, the gap becomes even wider, I think, in some cases.
But you would see more upsets in a classical or a rapid?
Arguable. I think about the same, I think. What do you think, sir?
Why is Ali Reza said to be so good in rapid though? What makes him so good?
He's actually very good at blitz more because he's been doing that since his childhood.
He's still in his childhood.
He has so many hours of practice. Sorry?
He's still in his childhood, I'd argue.
Yeah, but to put things in perspective, Ali Reza, Nihal, they have trained more hours playing blitz than Vidit. Although they have spent thousands of hours less than Vidit on Earth.
On Earth, like, what a way to put it. On Earth.
Yeah.
Come on, I want to see Adhiban win one game. This is a final game of the day, right?
Yeah, it's the final game of the day. So it's your last chance. So far, it doesn't look encouraging though. AD is just down by a pawn.
But when AD is playing chess, the bar looks more like a music bar than a chess bar. So we can ignore that, all of us, comfortably.
True that. And look at AD's phase, yeah. Look at his concentration, that focus. He's shaking in focus. Now he's changed his posture. He became conscious. Sorry, AD, I made you conscious. Now you can only see his eyes. And good thing he's not wearing those superhero masks. We can see his image now, but he's covered his mouth, so still we can only see his eyes. Wow. How many changes in
He's
1 minute?
oscillating,
How
yeah,
many
between
change in
four-
postures, yeah?
That's
He's
not a good
oscillating.
sign, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, now he's just staring. It's almost as if he can hear me. And every time I say something, he changes his posture. Now back to only eyes.
Yeah. Come on, Adhiban, change your posture in 3, 2, 1, go.
First the eyebrow twist though.
It only works. It only works when I do.
Come
You
on,
don't have that
Srinath, now you
control,
say.
Joel. AD. Come on, it's been such a long time.
How are you doing this?
Maybe
See, that's
Adhiban
what a
and
coach
Srinath are the
does.
same people. Have you ever thought about it? Have you ever seen the two of them in one room, not call to the room?
You can see us on the top of the screen, alternating from each other. Now
Yeah, see,
you have
that's,
Adhiban's.
Maybe his
graphic.
camera has been recorded before, yeah? Who knows?
Wow. Oh my god.
That's a conspiracy theory. This is what they did it in that's how the movie Escape Prison starts. He to escape from the prison, he puts his footage of him sitting in the prison on loop, and then he puts it on the computer on the camera. So the guard watching it thinks that he's actually there, whereas he's out.
Ah, okay. There are these new age cameras which adjust its focus according to the movements of the person it focuses. And I used to wonder why they make these things, but today I understood exactly why.
There's one person in the world.
By the way, Shri here, I think AD is better already.
Yeah, Bishop D6 for some reason wasn't the best move. I couldn't understand.
Yeah, he plays it. He plays it.
Ooh, nice, beautiful stuff. AD in his element.
It's a tactic. So what? Rook goes to f7, then another rook comes to f1.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you have to defend the rook, and the bishop on d6 will hang.
Yeah, what a tactic. Who's playing 2, 5, 6, 8 level now?
You're like Paul Bearer and AD is like Undertaker, yeah? Once you come in, his powers get enhanced.
I have no clue who Paul Bearer is. Maybe because Srinath has spent more time on Earth.
True. You have a lot to learn. Thanos also had some rock, no? Which increases his power.
Who?
Some
Thanos.
stone.
Yeah, the Infinity Stone. It's basically very similar to Dragon Ball Z, to the Infinity thing. If you guys have seen that.
Okay.
But what can you give us some background on Mithraba Goa? What's his age?
Mithraba is from Kolkata. He's one of these really young kids. And
what is young though? Because if old is 23, young has to be 3 or 6 max.
It's less than 23. 23 is that exact age. So this kid, he's 21 years old. And he's been one of those persons who has really made good use of the pandemic. He was not so well known before pre-pandemic, but post-pandemic with all these online blitz tournaments and rapid tournaments, Mithraba became really well known. He made good use of those opportunities, and he's a very strong player. I think a bit underrated at 25-36. He should be a bit higher. He's been consistently finishing well in a lot of these online tournaments. He won the Vidit Chess Tour last year. That's how it started in 2021. There was a Vidit Chess Tour. The winner played in the Indian Chess Tour. And he qualified through to the Indian Chess Tour, which was won by Arjun. The winner of that qualified.
The Adhiban where he finished runner-up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So when Mithraba won,
where Adhiban was winning the 5-minute thing, then I don't know what Adhiban did in that game, pushing something on the H file, something like that. And I was like, man, Adhiban, come on, finish one game. Yeah, and then?
So he won the Vidit Chess Tour, and then he had a few chessable courses that he could choose as his present. And he actually chose the Catalan course, he chose my course, and he formed his repertoire out of it. So
Catalan
that is the story of his rise.
Yeah, where it all comes to Catalan. It's the story of how he aligned with Srinath's version of chess.
Hey, but
See,
this
some
is a
people
long
have
story,
complaints, yeah? They're saying 21 is young and 23 is old.
I
Guys,
mean,
there is
21.
a midpoint, no? I mean, there
I mean,
is that one point from where it starts getting old. There's always that one number.
I think 21 is the last stage where I think maybe like when now I'm 25. So I felt 24 was my last young age. I say 24, I think, because now once you switch 25, you're closer to 30 than you are to 20. So I think 23 is still young. 24 is last one. 25 is like, come on, dude, just
25 is the tipping point, yeah?
25 is over, not tipping point, over. It's everything is done. 25 now it's 25 is when you start playing boring chess openings like Karthikeyan.
Right. Karthikeyan.
I think Vidit has a course on Karthikeyan.
Karthikeyan is fun.
Yeah,
Karthikeyan
talking about it, how is Vidit doing in this game? Not much. Not much advantage.
But what would you say is Mithraba Goa style? Sorry.
It's a solid style. He plays very fast. That's his unique selling point. He's very fast. He's one of the fastest around. And he's quite solid in general. That's his playing style.
And what would be Surya Shekhar's style?
Surya is aggressive, and his chess is quite tasteful. He has an eye for these combinations, really attractive combinations.
You would say he's aggressive.
Yeah, he's very aggressive.
Well, actually, he was teaching me during the team championships, and frankly, like I was very surprised. Like he taught me a couple of things, and it was pretty fun learning with him. And I didn't think it would be that fun, but it was like really fun with him. Like it was a very different. I think he sees chess so differently than I think Adhiban and Srinath and all. Like I don't know. It's almost like a different generation of chess. I'd say. I don't know. Would you agree?
Oh
Srinath?
yeah, absolutely. Like I said, he has this artistic eye. So his eye, it's really he has this. He sees the beauty of chess. He sees it as a beautiful thing, and you can see
He's
that
from
in his games
Kolkata,
as
so
well.
yeah, he has to have more poetry than all of us.
Fair, although Mithraba is also from Kolkata, so. But yeah, a fair point. Yeah, Surya is from Kolkata, Adhiban is from Kolkata, and they both have this flair for bringing art on the board.
I wouldn't say Adhiban chess is artistic. It's aggressive, but but aggressive and artistic do like fall? I don't think so. They do they? Like
I think they do.
I don't know. I think if there's a artistic chess player when they get going, then it could be, I don't know, Angad's come like in mind. But I don't know. I think he's pretty fun to watch too.
And who do you think among the players here? Like how well do you know the players here? Let's have a look around on the different games and also discuss the players around. So Vidit, Surya, balanced, and I think Surya is doing fine for the moment, but Vidit does have some pressure. This rook on c6 really well placed, and the pawn structure of black on the queen side not ideal. And on the other side, we also have the Vaishali Arjun Kalyan game, where Vaishali is better once again.
Yeah, Vaishali finishing on a high, huh?
Yeah, Vaishali finishing on a high. This reminds me of the first leg of the MPL Indian Chess Tour, where Harika was really struggling initially, but she went on to finish very strongly. She defeated 3 very strong players about 2600, and there is also Vaishali also defeated Harika in the Women's Speed Chess Championship earlier this year. So again, big shout out to Vaishali and fantastic performances. She's a pawn up here. Nihal is also winning against Harshit, but his time management similar to his older style of chess.
Adhiban has taken on f5 for the second time now.
Yeah, but there are some challenges in converting this, I think. Especially if the rook gets some counterplay here.
So now you just take on g5, right? Because if you take the knight, I take with the bishop. The knight and the rook is everything is pinned.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you take on g5. And if I go some rook e2.
Where to move the knight? Knight f4, I guess.
Which one? This one, right?
Yeah.
Take
Pick
this.
Up c2.
So the point is there are some challenges for white here. Yeah, it's not so clear. There is some counterplay for black, and also the big challenge is the time. Yeah, again you see Mithraba's fast play. It really gives this luxury to him. When we go to this situation, he always has more time than his opponent.
And she's also playing the Grand Prix, yeah, as somebody mentioned.
Oh yeah, she's playing the Grand Prix in Nur Sultan in Kazakhstan. By the way, Nihal's game is about to finish, right?
Yeah, it's about to be made soon. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll just tune in for the end moments of this game. Nihal, one of the pre-tournament favorites, a massive favorite, and he has also played some really good chess in this tournament, but his tournament got wrecked by that one game against Vedant, after which he has never been able to fully recover. Today was a much better day for him compared to yesterday, but still not enough to get anywhere close to being back in contention.
Yeah, today he drew against Sahil, won against Arvind, drew against Mithraba, so all the leaders, yeah. And now he's winning against Harshit. So probably a good day today, but he had a lot of draws previously.
Yeah, I think what stands out about Nihal is his quality of play. He plays it really well. And his quality of play, his chess, it really stands out. It's very strong. The disadvantage for him is that that also makes him quite solid, because in chess, the more perfect you play, the more likelier it is for it to become a draw. And in a format like this, it really works against him. Like, for example, in the leg 2 of the Indian Chess Tour, Nihal scored 11.5 out of 15 in the conventional scoring method. Arvind scored 11 out of 15, but Arvind became the champion because of the football scoring system.
Oh. So basically, Arvind won less matches than Nihal.
Arvind won more, but Nihal made more draws. He didn't lose any game.
Okay.
So Nihal won, I think, 8 games and he drew 7. And Arvind won 10 matches. He drew 2 and lost 2. No, that is incorrect mathematics.
But we get the point.
Yeah, I think they had the same score. They had the same score, and I don't know.
But which one do you think is more fair? The chess way of taking points or the football way? I think the football way just makes you, I don't know, play more aggressive chess, I'd say, right? Go for wins.
Yeah, I think it makes it so much more interesting, and it's a much needed thing for chess. Nihal has won that game. He defeats Harshit, finishes off the day well, and not much of a smile or celebration. In fact, he seems frozen on the screen after that win. But let's move on to the Adhiban Mithraba game, where Adhiban has 30 seconds, but he's completely winning. I think there should be enough time for him to convert this position, because he's such a massive advantage. And this knight on f4 protects everything here.
Yeah, king stuck on the back rank. You might even have these mating nets now, yeah, with the knights.
Yeah, and AD is so good at finding these kind of mating nets. But I think probably what he'll do is he'll just push this. 49 seconds is a lot of time for this position because it's not that complex and you have such a large advantage.
He's a piece up, right? No.
He has 2 minor pieces for rook. But these minor pieces, they are just so much superior. That is the secret of his advantage.
Okay, Karthikeyan has sacked a piece for an attack on f4, and now I think he's also going to win the game. I think he's had the best comeback in this tournament. He lost like 4 in a row at the start. Now he's just winning most of the games.
There's a Tanmay award for this tournament. Karthikeyan would get that.
Oh, really? There is?
Probably no. Probably no.
Not sure the global audience would get the context. Yeah, Karthikeyan's completely winning, and Raunak's bad tournament keeps increasing. I don't think Vidit has any chances at all. In fact, Surya can take over this one. The pawn on e4 and the bishop on g2 kind of bond towards each other, not in a nice way. The pawn on e4 is dependent on the bishop on g2, a bit excessively dependent.
Just not to play king g6 here. I think black should be absolutely fine.
Huh? Yeah, right.
I think tomorrow it will be, now it's a two-way race, right? I don't think anybody else can catch up because 3 rounds to go. Unless VD and Mithraba can win today, I think it's done. For the first place, at least.
Absolutely. Do you also see a mate in Sham Sundar Leon?
Okay, let me open the game.
Yeah, this is the position. Queen on h6, rook h3 threatened. How does black defend? Have you ever tried the... Yeah.
Probably the rook and then knight f8. I guess that should be the one of the only ways.
Yeah, and you're like everything is under control. Yeah?
But Adhiban's game is back to level.
No,
I think we should stick to this.
What happened there?
Here's only 20 seconds. And somehow all the good things about White's position has become all the bad things. Yeah, he spoiled it. Time trouble, man. Time trouble. Just rook c1 now. What's happening? Rook c1
if he had the chance, for example, to listen to the players, and AD would say something, what do you think he would say right now if he had the chance to trash talk?
It'll be like
maybe not an opportune moment to trash talk, but if he had to put pressure on his opponent.
Joel is better for this.
I don't know. I think I would want Adhiban just to play well now. Is Adhiban has a new beard now? Is it a new style? Oh,
yeah. Yeah, I think so. Adhiban has calculated this, so he's under control. I mean, he has things under control, and there is some perpetual check here for White, I think. Rook c7 check and knight d7. This is a point. Is it? Yeah, this is the point. Like, for example, knight e3, you go rook c7 check, king b8, knight d7. If rook into d7, it's just equal pawns. But if you go king a8, then rook c8, and now rook b8 check. This king can't come to c7, there's the knight. And now it's actually checkmate. So this is the trap, and this explains the position, because whatever Mithraba does, I think Rook C7 and Knight D7 is unstoppable. An unstoppable force. Also, there are some very nice mating nets. Yeah, he played King B8 and Knight D7 check has been played. He's gone King C8. Oh. What? Knight C5 now?
Yeah, that looks risky.
He missed Knight C5. I think he thought AD will repeat, but he missed Knight C5. Yeah, he sees Knight C5 and AD is also perplexed. He's like, what? Why is Mithraba
I think he's been
this?
perplexed throughout this entire tournament, though. His expression hasn't changed.
And to make things worse, Sahil, now it's actually he's winning. He's a piece up, because Rook into C5. I'll first give Rook G8 check, King D7, Knight into C5, and now when King D6, there's Knight E4 check. So you can't do that, and F1 is lost. And if you go King B7 here, then Knight into C5 check, King B6, Knight A4 check, and the Knight is protected. So you can't do this either. And in all eventualities, Mithraba is lost. He's just blundered this and he's thrown this away. So Rook into C5, he missed Rook G8 check completely. But even otherwise, even if he resigns instantly.
Yeah. By the way, Vaishali is also completely winning. Raunak is completely winning.
Raunak is winning. He was lost earlier.
Yep. Raunak is completely winning.
How did that happen?
I have no clue. Karthikeyan somehow, I don't know, we
kind of jinxed him. Lost.
Yeah? We kind of jinxed him, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, he's completely lost here. Karthikeyan is not going to survive this one. But some much needed relief for Raunak, who has been working incredibly hard. I think he really needs some rest and relaxation post this tournament. It's an unforgiving schedule. And there's also a lot of peer pressure, I think, among these kids. So when they see someone else playing some tournament, they get some sort of FOMO. Everyone wants to play a lot. It's a trend these days. But also, I think it's important to understand that it's different for each individual. Everything is different for each individual. Raunak is winning this one, and I think we are a couple of moves away from the end.
Yeah. VD will draw his game, most likely, and Leon will win against Sham.
Yeah, I think this one is going to be the last one to finish. It's going to go for some time. The Sham Leon game. Vidit's game is, I think, pretty much a draw. Black is a pawn up right now, but the B6 pawn is lost, or the E4 pawn. In fact, we are going to see them. Maybe not that straightforward. Yeah, you don't want to go.
Yeah, I don't want to trade rooks.
So Surya keeping some chances alive, but okay, even if I sit like this, Black will never improve. And then I'll try to play my pawn to H5. But very disappointing for Vidit, I must say. Yeah, both the tournament and how things have gone. He's just not been able to.
Yesterday cost him. Yeah, yesterday cost him dearly.
Yeah, he got the toughest of opponents yesterday. The team of the field, Nihal with Black, then
AD,
he had AD, SL, and Arvind. Yeah. But okay, he also had a relatively easier first day, and he will have a relatively easier last day. So it does get balanced out, and that's just the nature of this tournament. Nature of any round robin tournament. I don't know how it got the name round robin though.
Yeah, round makes sense, Robin. I'm not sure.
Yeah. AD finishes off with a win, and VD probably finishes off with a draw today. But in terms of standings, they are both
I
at a
think
similar place. Are they with
I
the
think
same
we-
points?
I think Ronak is now come to third place in 19 points somehow. I don't know.
Wow.
He was nowhere close, and VD will also join him on 19. So it'll be VD on third place, tied with Ronak, SL on 24, and Arvind on 26. I think it's pretty clear that, first place will be a two-way race now, but I think second place can matter, as we know
No,
sometimes.
I think first two is kind of fixed. No.
No, but it can. I think I'm still not sure about SL. Yeah, matlab, one win and suddenly VD or Ronak could be on 22, and then it's not so clear. But yeah,
But also both
most likely yes.
SL and Arvind have, I think, a relatively more comfortable opposition.
Yes, SL also has easier opposition though. True.
Yeah, but Arvind has he has white against Vaishali, amongst the lowest rated players in the event, although she has played nothing like her rating. But still, Arvind with white, the way he has played in this event overall, is a big favorite. Mithraba with the white pieces, again, I think Arvind is a big favorite there. And Harshit Raja with the black pieces. Again, Harshit has been one of the lower ranked players in this tournament. Although he had a pretty good day today, he with wins against Abhimanyu, Puranik, and Sham Sundar. In fact, Harshit has won his games with white and lost with black in the last 8 games. 4 wins with white, 4 losses with black. And SL plays against Mithraba with the black pieces, Harshit with the white pieces. So, Arvind is playing all the opponents that SL will send him to. So even if SL wins, he's going to demoralize Arvind's future opponent. That's his catch-22 situation. But yeah, this one's a draw. And I think they're going to play till stalemate, a couple more moves, and there we have it. A draw that wraps up Vidit and Surya's day 3. I think in time to tune in for Vaishali's win against Arjun Kalyan. What an impressive performance this has been from Vaishali, though. I think her comeback has been even stronger than Karthikeyan's.
True.
And this B pawn is just too far away from Black's king. So Arjun Kalyan will not be able to catch it. There'll be a switch. Let's see what happens if Black brings the king to D8. Yeah, White just goes Rook H7, and after B7, the Black king can't come any closer, and this pawn game will be completely winning if Black plays Rook B4, then King G6, push the pawn, and then finally Rook H8 check and Queen. So Black keeps the king on F8, and now what White can do is she can just advance the F pawn, which is unhindered. Yeah, so she starts bringing out the F pawn, F4, F5. The king can go to F6 potentially.
Yeah, the H pawn is just an illusion, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that valuable.
Absolutely. So completely winning for White here, this one. And meanwhile, the game between Sham and Leon is actually heating up. Both the players down to seconds. Sham having a worse position, but he's defending. That has been the story of Sham's day 3. He's down by a piece now, but he's trying. Oh no, he's up by an exchange, but there are these monster pawns, and he's trying to whip up some initiative against Black's king.
I think Black is not risking much, but it's still not over, yeah?
Yep. Meanwhile, there's a question from Tanmay in the chat. World Team Championships has been announced today to be held in November. Is it so? Has it been announced?
Even I'm not sure.
Because I know that the dates have been there in the FIDE website for many months, many weeks now. But I don't know if it's been announced. But yeah, if So the other question is which month's rating would be counted for the team selection for India. So for example, if the team is submitted today, then they will take the average rating of the last 3 months. So that will be September 1, September 1, August 1, and July 1. The sum of these 3 ratings divided by 3, the average rating of these 3 months. And that will be the selection criteria. And in case some player is unavailable, then the next player would get the chance. How is World Championship different from the Olympiad? The World Teams Championship, it has a few selected teams. So it's a round robin event. The Olympiad is like a big open, lot of teams. Vaishali is just about to win our game. We are in the final moments, pawn on f7, the pawn is about to queen, and we are going to witness one more win for Vaishali. The World Teams has the, I think the Olympiad top 3, the continental champions, Africa, Asia, Europe, the America, and I think Australia comes under Asia, Oceania.
Yeah, it has been announced actually. Yeah.
So it's 10 invited teams, the World Team Championship. Olympiad is a match open. Oh yeah, Emil's Twitter.
Yeah, will be fun to see if China plays though. That will be interesting.
I don't see how China will be qualified. Vaishali has won against Arjun Kalyan. So that brings us to the final game of the day. Sham Sundar against Leon Mendonca, where it looks like Sham has saved another game.
Yeah, this is of course going to be okay. Now I'm not even sure if a draw is guaranteed here. Is it? I think White can surely.
It's not guaranteed, yeah.
White can surely play on.
Yeah, White can surely play on. White can surely play on, although not a lot of chances to win this, yeah. Rook to a5, but this allows the c pawn to advance.
Yeah, you'll have to come back.
Yeah, and ask how Black is going to defend this pawn. But yeah, Leon can do that. Wait for one more. Because if you play the rook away, then he'll be like, how are you going to stop this pawn? But you can still come back rook.
Yeah, rook a4 again.
Yeah. There's something simple that I'm not saying here. Not sure what. But I'm pretty sure there has to be
Black needs something here, otherwise it's done, yeah?
Yeah, true. I think king b5, rook c4, knight b4. No, but you have to be careful. King into c3, knight e2 check, king b3. I think Leon has completely lost the plot here. He can't play knight to b4, so I think he has to just wait here. Yeah, no, king a5, there's rook into c6. It's not so easy. Not so easy practically. Knight before a3. So knight before we saw something. Yeah, he waits with king b6 because that's the only move that doesn't lose. And he plays it with 1 second remaining. But the thing for white, the farther this pawn advances, the more vulnerable it gets. Yeah, pawn to a3, king to
Although
b5.
this might still be a draw. Yeah, this is a difficult formation to somehow. I don't know how you get rid of this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult to get all of this. Which is probably why I think still draws the likeliest result. But Sham will try to keep the game going for as long as he can. So king to d3, king to b6. He can actually freeze rook now because the pawn is no longer threatening to run away. And king b6 has been played. I think now he'll start playing with his rook. He goes to h4. Makes a lot of sense. He goes to h4. I think the king will go to b3. Yeah, king to c2. The king will go to b3. It's a lot of pressure for Leon. In fact, I've changed my mind. I think Sham winning is the likeliest result here.
Shri and Joel, by the way, did you search the beats theory though?
I'll let Joel answer that.
Maybe Joel.
Wow. This feels like I'm in 8th standard again. Like somebody tells you to look for a very specific word and insist on you Googling it every day.
No, I think you just go to Elon Musk's Twitter and you'll find it.
And then eventually that guy who does that fails. And everybody's glad. Like we have one less thing.
Yeah, rook to h8 now.
To be honest,
some real chances for white, no?
I just feel they're just moving around, yeah. I don't think white has found a winning plan just yet.
Yeah, but he's moving around to gain some time and he's already had 50 seconds. Whereas Leon has to be a bit more careful. He can't just mindlessly move around because he has to be sure that he's not missing any threat from his opponent. For Sham, the biggest danger is he inadvertently falls into a repetition, by mistake without realizing.
So, yeah, okay, I should not make that joke. I also don't see how you can mess this up as black though. Like the thing is, my knight is solid, pawn is solid, c6 is solid. I just move my king around. a6, b6, a5, b5, a7, b7, and okay, maybe not b7, a7, but I just don't see what you can do as white.
At some point, he'll play the pawn to a4. Maybe right away.
I'll still wait.
He has to. So you go where?
a6, let's say.
Say do rook h6.
Okay, so let's say king to b7.
To b7, maybe I can play a5, no? Although
is it really okay? King c7.
Yeah.
Okay, king 7. Yeah, maybe check.
No, king c7 it can get risky for you because rook h7
will be a problem. Yeah.
Something like king a6 is interesting because rook into c6. You can't play king into a5 because of rook c5, but black does have king b5 here and rook c8. The thing is now you can move the knight and try and take the a5 pawn. So the pawn gets really vulnerable the more it moves. So what Sham is doing, he'll not move the a pawn more than from a4, more forward from here. And in the meanwhile, he will try to force Leon to take decisions. This game might go on for a while, for the next 5 or 10 minutes. What's your prediction?
I think it will be a draw.
Yeah, even I think it will be a draw.
Yeah, but how quickly?
Yeah, probably just a couple of minutes, I think.
How old is Sham Sundar?
He's very old. 30 years old.
How old are you, Srinath?
I'm 28.
Oh man, I don't 28 is not old. I think old is 37.
I thought we agreed on it, no? 25 is the tipping point.
37, how though?
I don't know, man. So I don't know. So I feel younger.
Yeah, you still have a few years of youthfulness.
What is Leon's style though? He's in like a fun character.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun. He's solid. He's a solid style.
And like, what is his background? Like, how has he been playing? How did he come up and all?
He's from Goa, and I remember seeing him as a very little kid. I think we played for the first time sometime in 2016, and you can imagine how young he must have been then. Something
He's
like
now
10
what,
years old. He's 2006 born, so I think 16.
And how was he when you played? What was the result?
He was 1900 at that time. I managed to win. But
Oh, that's how
he
you
just
brought
kept
it up.
improving.
Classic one. Yeah. So when you played against him, did you think he'd be grandmaster or something?
I didn't think so at that time. I didn't have any intuition regarding that. But I think it became a bit clearer with a bit more time. Yeah.
No, go for it. Go, keep going.
He just kept getting better each time I saw him. Each time I saw him, he just kept getting better. His story was that he was stuck in Europe during the lockdown. So he was stuck in Europe, and then he turned that. His dad turned that into a positive by making sure that he plays as many tournaments as he can in Europe while they're stuck during the lockdown. And this was really helpful for Leon. I think he increased something like 100 points during the lockdown when most other people, 100 FIDE points. No one else was getting any games, but Leon, he managed to increase his rating. At one point, it felt like he would be the India #1 because we thought everyone else's rating would be inactive. If you don't play for 1 year, your rating becomes inactive, and there was no tournaments anywhere. So, by default, I thought Leon would be like the #1.
What is his rating now? FIDE?
His FIDE rating is something around 25-70. He overtook me just a short while ago. I reign as India #20. Yeah, so that is his story, Leon's story, and he's a bit younger than the other 5 guys: Gukesh, Nihal, Arjun, Prag, and Ronak. I think he's just a bit younger. I'm not sure though if he's younger than Gukesh. Gukesh generally tends to be younger than most people I know.
Yeah, every year every time somebody is born on Earth, he becomes younger. Like he takes the youth from them and adds them into his youth. It's like there is this comedian called Ronak Rajani. Okay, it's like he's always been young. They say that he's always been young. Like Kamra had a very funny joke on him. He would introduce him as you'd have Ronak Rajani, who has been 21 for the last 4 years.
Yeah, that does sound like Gukesh.
So I think that's what.
By the way, the game did take more than 5 minutes. Yeah, turns out I was right.
Although technically it should not, yeah.
No, but you have seen chess players for such a long time, and you know when they would give up, when they wouldn't. And for Sham, he hasn't had any winning position today. He hasn't had any better positions, I think, today. At least from the games that we have seen on the broadcast today, he didn't get to enjoy this pleasantness. He started off with this very tough game against Arvind. Then against Mithraba, he was worse throughout the game and managed to draw. Then against Harshit, he lost. So when he gets that position where he can be the one with the initiative to do something, he will enjoy that for the maximum time. And this has been the most pleasant period of his play throughout the day today. Which means it has been a tough day for him. It's been a tough day for Sham. Meanwhile, Leon has had a mixed day. Actually, it's been even worse for Leon. He started off with a loss against Ronak, and then he lost against Abhimanyu. And so far, he has not lost a game till day 2. But he lost those 2 games, then a draw against Vedut, and this is likely going towards a draw. Leon would love to end this as soon as possible. But Sham, I think he will want to go on for a bit longer.
Leon would want to end this. Leon has an extra pawn, no? I mean,
but he has only a knight. White has a rook, so.
But what if he like forks something?
Now are they repeating?
I guess you can just take the pawn now on c6 and they can say, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, he heard you.
Yeah.
Finally. So that's day 3 of the third leg of the MPL Indian Chess Tour. And let's have a look at the standings, the results. Yeah, the results to see the last round. And also the standings gives a pretty clear picture, no? Arvind and SL out there on the top against the rest of the world. Do you think anyone else has a chance to win this tournament?
First place, probably not. I think because considering they're playing players who are not at the top, like I think they've already played like with it, Adhiban, Ronak, Nihal, and all these guys. So that basically tells me they will end up winning a few games tomorrow. And even just one win for either Arvind or SL basically guarantees them the first place, right? So I think first place is pretty much confirmed. I think all the other players are basically playing for the other ranks. But of course, anything is possible. And the fact that still 2 people are fighting for it makes the tournament completely alive. At some point, Arvind was running away with it. But with that crazy castles move, I think SL is back in the match.
Absolutely. Anything is possible. And I think last 2 days has been testimony of that. We saw the heartbreak in Nihal Vidit game, the heartbreak for Nihal. Then for Vidit in the Vidit Arvind game. And today it was Arvind's turn against Adhiban as well as SL.
True. And I think tomorrow we'll have 3 more rounds, and that will let us know, well, who will actually win the tournament and which will be the top 8, which 8 players will be there, who will qualify for the next event as well, leg 4. And Shri, any final words for today?
Big thank you to the chat, and thank you Sahil and Joel for joining in. It was a lovely day, a very exciting day of chess, and a lot of action coming up this month. Actually, we have this tournament, we have the Champion Chess Tour on September 18, and we might have the Indian the 4th leg pretty soon as well. So there's going to be a lot of continuity along this direction. So chat, do let us know, who do you think will win tomorrow in the comments? Is it going to be SL, Arvind, or someone else? Thank you so much, Sahil, and thank you, Joel. And I'll leave the final words to you.
Thank you.
Joel, I think we need some words of motivation from you for AD to finish off on a high tomorrow. I think what will you call and tell him tonight?
I think he's played very well. We got positive results in both the games since I was there. So I think I just have to show up and not speak to him. I think that's the key.
Yeah,
but
I think you summed it up perfectly. Both those things are very important.
That's a combination which works for.
You're to AD what Samay is to Vidit, yeah?
Okay, so there are many Samay VD jokes. I think we'll have new ones as well now. Joel AD.
Joel AD Jody.
Because nowadays, whenever Vidit would not perform, they would say he's doing too many streams. Now I think it will happen for AD as well. Yeah, maybe.
Have I insulted Joel so much that he became speechless? Has he left the stream?
No, sorry. What were you saying? I lost you.
He was calculating some variations, I think.
I think you didn't miss anything. I think we can wrap it up on that.
Yeah. I was seeing Leon Mendence's game versus Sham. I think I can see a win.
I think that's it for today. Shri and Joel.
That's it, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me on. Thank you, man.
Thanks for joining us, man. And chat, we'll see you tomorrow. I think tomorrow will be an exciting day with the tournament being finished tomorrow. We'll see who will end up winning. It's turning out to be a 2-way race for the top 2 players, basically. But anybody could technically still win this. And we'll see you tomorrow, chat. Take care.